All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome back to the Real Precious. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're back. We're back. It's going to be a good one today. Hank is back in the building. It's a miracle. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be a good show. But how are you guys doing? It's a new year. Today is January 1, 2025. How y'all doing?
Fine, fine. It's all good. You know,
All good in the hood.
another one of these years.
All right. Did you anyone do anything crazy for the new year, or did everyone stay
I can't
home?
remember the last time I did something crazy for the new year. I just stay home, man. Just sit down here, open up a bottle of grog, something, man. Just chill, watch everybody else. I don't even watch the ball anymore. After 66 of these damn things, it's just good to be here. That's it.
I know that's right. On God's wake up list.
Oh, yeah, man. Same for me. Just really just chilling. Nice little something drinking. Just feel.
Okay. Mr. Hank, how about you? How did you spend your New Year Eve?
I didn't do nothing special. I ain't gonna front. I went to sleep, watched the football game, went to bed. I woke up. You know what I'm saying? It's New Year, so right on.
I know that's right. I say it's not New Year's, it's a new day. It's a new day. Like our pain say,
That's
hey,
right.
look, after so many of them, you're like, all right, let me get
Yeah.
this rest.
It's like just like Ricky Henderson passed away this year. He's like just around 5 months younger than I am.
Mm.
So he was born the same year. So just every year is a blessing.
It really is. 2024 was a little rough. I had a couple of deaths and it was a little rough. So every year is a blessing to be able to wake up and do what you do every day. You know what I mean? But I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you for being here. I'm going to drop the link in a little bit for those who want to join. If you are here, definitely hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and join us. Hit the like button. Hit the dislike button. Just do something. Okay. In 2025, do something. But I appreciate you guys for being here. Let's see who's in the chat. Let's see who's here. Fishing to Fit, good evening and happy new year. Happy new year to you as well. May you catch more fish this year than you did last year. Okay. Sarika Smith, evening, everyone. Please hit the like button as you come in. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for being a great mod, Sarika. I appreciate you last year and I appreciate you this year. Marriage, politics, and sports. Happy New Year to the chat. Our pain is in the chat. Quincy, happy New Year, people. Happy New Year to you too. Q. Good evening, good evening, good evening. J Dub, I see you in the chat. Good evening, Sister Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mods. It's that time again, and happy new year to all. Yes, it is that time again. Bonnie, happy new year, guys. Happy new year to you as well. Mrs. Hank is in the building. Shout out to the beautiful Mrs. Hank. Happy new year, the real precious and panel. Happy new year to you as well. Jam Talks, I see you in the chat. Get the likes up. Happy new year, chat. All right. Happy New Year. All right. I'm sure we're going to be hearing that for our next couple of weeks. We're going to be hearing the fireworks for the next. Y'all know I heard fireworks and I was like, dang, I forgot there was fireworks on New Year's Eve. That's how much I don't do anything on New Year's Eve. Okay. I refuse to be out in the hoopla on New Year's Eve. It's just not my cup of tea. But I forgot and I'm like, dang, I'm going to be hearing these for like the next week and a half, 2 weeks. But hopefully they'll simmer down with them. All right, so I wanted to get into conversation because I saw a post and it was talking about robots.
Mm-hmm.
And this post was back from 2016. And it was the Jasmine brand. I'm going to bring it up. And then I'm going to play a couple of videos for you guys. Now, these might be videos you may have seen before because they are on Netflix and they are on Hulu. To one movie I have seen, the other one I have not seen. But I saw it and I wanted to bring it to conversation because robots, technology, AI, things of that nature, those things have been put into films for a long time. It's not something that's new. It's not something that, is a new concept. It's something that they have, kind of snuck into the film industry. And I think, being that it is 2025 and being that AI and technology is the way that it is, I think that it's being pushed a lot more. But I want to bring up this particular post that I saw. Now, the post was from 2016. However, somebody reposted it, I believe, December 31st, 2024. And it says, in 2016, it was reported that by 2025, women would be having more sexual intercourse with robots than men. Well, it's time to see if that's true. At the time, a medical professional said, a lot of people will still have reservations about sex with robots at first, but gradually, as they get used to them, as the AI, artificial intelligence, and mechanical behavior in their field improves, and they start to become friends with strong emotional bonds, that squeamishness will gradually evaporate. Do you think 2025 will be the year more people step into relationship with AI? I know it seems silly to have this conversation. We're gonna have it, okay? Because, like I said, it is something that they are putting in our face, and so I do want to show the video that I kind of put together. It's like a compilation here.
For you.
You got to move the other thing out the way.
Open it. The code is our anniversary.
Yeah, I think you're blocking it, okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna rewind it. Now, this first clip is from the Hulu Accusations, I believe it's called. Someone can correct me in the chat if you've seen it. It's on Hulu. I think it's called Accusations, but I could be wrong.
Acrimony, maybe?
No, not Hurricane.
Yeah, I mean,
not Acrimony with Taraji P. Henson. We done seen that. She clearly was not a robot. But this one is on Hulu. This first one.
It's a present. For you. Open it. The code is our anniversary. It's a robot.
For what?
Intimacy?
You mean for sex?
Mm-hmm.
You bought me a sex robot for our anniversary?
Yeah, well, Lila, she needed subjects for a trial that they're doing for FDA clearance. And
I want a divorce. I want to be with Eve.
You're gonna leave me for a robot?
Look, the last few weeks I've realized that you and I have always been mismatched, and I think you'll be happier without me.
Oh, you want to tell me what makes me happy?
It feels good to be with someone who asks me about myself and actually wants to hear the answer.
This is not someone. This is a machine. It's made of silicone and wires.
We make love. It's not always about her.
But it has no needs, John. It's a machine.
I'm sorry, Meg.
Now, I know you said acrimony or pain. That's close, but it ain't quite acrimony. So that's the first part of that video. But after seeing that, what do you guys feel about it? I want to get the men's perspective on that. There's another one coming, so.
Yeah, that was wild. But let me say this. I could see that response, even if it's a robot. Some women will get jealous, feel some type of way. You know, you the crazy thing, she brought this into the relationship. She can't get mad at the results. So
She did present it as a gift. And for the reason, and for the intimacy reason. And so now the intimacy reason is why he wants a divorce, which is crazy.
Yeah, that part of it's a stretch. I think that part of it's a stretch. I mean, I would look at the robot or all the stuff that the robot can give. That's just a freebie. I don't have to hear no shit from her or nothing like that. But it would make me leave my wife. Now, I think there's something wrong with your woman giving you somebody else to bang out. That's what I'm thinking. So the intimacy between the two of them doesn't seem quite right. Because I would think it would be fantastic if my wife came up and said, "Hey, here's this beautiful ass chick, man. And you know what? Go ahead and test it out." Man, I never put my wife on that kind of pedestal, but I think I would after that. You go, "Hey, you sure? You sure now?" But I don't think that I would fall in love with a robot. I would just take it as a Benny, a marriage Benny. Thank you, baby.
Don't knock it right, R-Pain. You don't think you're gonna fall in love? I think you should.
No.
R-Pain, you about to get replaced. She about to replace you with a robot, R-Pain.
Yeah,
no. I thought she said I wouldn't fall in love, but I would never offer a man robot to my wife. Maybe banging her out all night long. I couldn't. Shoot. Hey, man, no way. That's why open marriages don't work, especially for a man. You can never give your woman to another dude, man.
Okay, never. But this is a robot, so
even a robot it would be worse.
I mean,
they don't get tired.
Most people, women finish it with the rose anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When we get to that part, that's kind of my answer. Toys for women ain't nothing new. So a robot is just the evolutionary thing for women. You'll play with toys all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to go? I'm gonna say my
all I got on it is man, it's crazy. But yeah, my guy was like, "Listen, man, she hears me out."
Okay.
She listens to me.
He said she hear me out, man. That's something you don't do. So she'll just go sit there, listen. She ain't go talk back. She go chill. You can tell her your problems. Right, bro. That is funny as hell. but like Hink said, she brought it in. She brought it into the relationship. Yeah. So anything that happens after that, that's on her, man. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, Coach Bird. I'm on crack. Some crack, baby.
I hope everybody had a nice New Year and a nice holiday.
What's going on, Coach Bird? What's happening?
This is. I don't even know how to respond to it. I've always loved women, natural women. I don't think I would ever want this type of person in my home at all. I don't want the robot to clean. I don't want the robot to be touching on me. I get the queasies when I go to the doctor and they got to touch on me. But to have something like a robot and the fact that I'm getting turned on by it, I couldn't even know. I don't want it around me. I'm not going to bring a male robot in. I thank God for my ancestors for giving me the genes to continue with a happy married life. I think we both are satisfied in this capacity over here, but I don't know. I wouldn't entertain it, but now as a single guy over 40, since y'all claim y'all can't find a woman, go and get y'all one of them robots. Go and spend about 10 grand and get you one of them robots so you can be playing the game and she can take care of you without even interrupting your game. So
see, yeah. I think that okay, so we saw the first movie. Let's look at the next one, because I honestly think more men would get a robot than women. I honestly think so. But let's continue.
I see. Whoa.
Dinner is served.
I'm sorry. The first movie is called Accused for anyone who wants to watch it on Hulu. It's called Accused. This one is called Subservience on Netflix.
Yeah,
Now,
on Netflix. I saw it too.
What's wrong?
Not the same as Mom.
I'm sorry. I'll try a different recipe next time.
No,
now this is the robot right here.
you're nothing but trouble.
Would you like me to take him upstairs so he can't bother you?
No, it's fine. Maybe you can just prepare him a bath.
Of course.
Ida!
I'm okay. Alice caught me.
What happened?
She was attempting to retrieve a snack.
Gotta be more careful, Bug.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
You hurt?
I'm fine.
Mommy!
Oh, hi, baby.
Whoa, take it
Now this is his actual wife.
easy.
Oh, she's fine. And heavy. What's your father been feeding you, huh?
Alice has been making dinner.
Oh.
She's much better than Daddy.
Oh.
Really?
I would want a refund if she wasn't.
She's my friend.
Hi, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. Peretti.
Can you give me a minute alone with Alice?
Yeah, sure.
Would you like me to help you, Mrs. Peretti?
You're washing my husband's underwear. I think you can call me Maggie. Don't get me wrong. I tend to come out of this swinging, but if I don't,
You mean if you die?
the kids will be okay. I think I'll take care of them. But somebody's got to take them away if you have to.
Nick is my primary user. I can't.
You can. Sometimes taking care of someone means doing things they don't like, even things they hate, if it's better in the long run.
So that's Subservience on Netflix. Now, in that one, like I said, I didn't see the first one, but in that one, she says he's my primary user. And so she's programmed to please him. She's programmed to take anything off his load. As you can see, she catch the child mid-air while she was trying to get some milk and cookies. Like she is there for him. And I think that more men would get robots rather than women. Y'all talked about the rules. For one, I personally don't know why women use toys. I don't understand the logic behind it. But there are women who like toys. They like the rules. They like all these different things that they could just stick upside. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. So they're already starting out with that. However, I don't think that a woman would go further than that per se. Now, there probably will be women that's like, oh, child, I'm gonna get me a robot and I'm gonna plug him in and charge him while I'm at work and da 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 da. Like there would be women who probably would, go that route. But I think more men would get it because you can play the game, as someone said, Coach Ferg said, you can play the game. And would you like me to make you a sandwich? Would you like me to rub your feet while you like? I think that more men would be like, yeah, you know what I mean? And that's it. You don't have to talk about everything. You don't have to talk about finances. You don't have to talk about how you feeling. You just don't have to. However, when you have someone pleasing you in a physical aspect, it makes you more comfortable and a little bit more safer to share with them on an emotional aspect. And so that's where the relationship would come into play. Women can find relationships in other women, meaning they could talk it out. They could go have a spa day. They can, and then go home and use that damn rose. I don't understand, but that's what they'll do. Whereas a man, he needs that type of connection. And so in Subservience, the robot was all over him. Okay. I mean, they had to jack her up. They had to kill her. Okay. For those trigger warning, whatever. Sorry. But they had to, because she got jealous of the wife. In the other movie, it looks like the husband had created this or had formed this relationship with this robot where it was like, she's doing things that you don't do. You offer me the robot, so I'm giving you, the summation of how I feel about everything that has gone on with me and the robot. So I think more men would get robots than women.
Well, you know what? Let me tell you. I don't think you're wrong, but I think the premise of that movie is just out of balance, just to try to prove a point. I think men don't need the emotional attachment to bang out a robot. Right? That whole thing that he fell in love with the robot and all that kind of stuff. The reason why I said that I think women will take to a robot, because I used long time ago, HBO had this special. It was called Sex or something Sex, where they would have segments of sex thing. And one of it was this guy made these hard body figures with a penis thing on it for women. Right? They would put it on the bed and women would ride the damn thing. Okay. And and they could ride it to all kinds of completion. They didn't have to worry about who was going first and all that. They were getting theirs. And I just think that a robot would just be a natural extension to most women. I think most women use toys. I think it's more than not. I really do. Not that part of that's probably a reflection of the men that they have don't always satisfy them the way they want to, so they go finish themselves off. But the point I'm saying is, I think the women will take to it, but I think it'll probably be a split. But men will, if they can do it without reprisal. Oh, I'll tell you another thing. I'm gonna end it here. They were talking about a female robot for men. Guess what the women were saying? They were saying, "Listen, we can't let that happen, but we want to be able to have the robot decide to say no." Right, there was an article written because they know if men are able to get a robot to bang them out without all that emotional bullshit and spending money, a lot of men are going to do it. So I agree with you there. A lot of men, but I don't think they'll be falling in love. They just don't want to be hampered with all the bullshit they got to do for women.
I don't think it's so. I don't think men fall in love like women fall in love. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be like a lovey-dovey type of thing.
Well, that guy looked like that guy was falling in love. She talks to me. You get out of here.
Yeah. Right. Well, I think he was just being vulnerable about how the relationship was going with the robot. But I don't think it would be like a lovey-dovey thing. I think it would be this is an adequate replacement for you. Like it's adequate enough for me. A lot of men, some men need certain things that other men don't need. And if the man can have sex with the robot and have an intellectual conversation with a robot and not necessarily have to worry about the things that he says to this robot being leaked, being him being exploited for it or thrown back in his face, but it's used to help him because the robot does think on an intellectual level. I think that a man would want that around rather than some other videos I'm gonna play a little later on.
No,
you know what I mean?
I agree with you on that part. I do agree with you there.
I think it would logically it would make more sense for the man than for the woman, because if a woman could kick a man out, a woman could kick a woman would kick a robot out. A woman would beat the robot. A woman would throw it out the window. Like I think the same thing.
No, you got that. See, I disagree with you on that one. I'll go ahead. I'll tell you real quick.
Are you exposing some abusive traits of females? Talking about they'll do this.
I really disagree with you on that. She'll throw a human man out, but that robot you could just turn off. She'll just turn the robot off.
I disagree. I think women would get a robot more than men, because man would be able to just, if they did have it, they're just going to use it for that purpose. I don't think men are going to be like this movie and be like, "Oh, I need you to talk to me." No, he go come over here. I'm stressed out for a day of work. Give me 15 minutes, and I'm gonna get in the shower and go to sleep. Put her back in the box or in the closet. Women, they ain't gonna plug that robot up. They're gonna work the hell out of that damn robot. They already want a nanny. He gonna be changing diapers. He gonna be cutting the grass. He gonna be cleaning up their little nasty houses, washing out their little dirty showers. They're gonna work the hell out of that man. They're gonna want him for more. If women would have a robot, I believe 85% of women say, "Give me a robot." What can he do? Can he do every damn thing?
They kick men out for a welfare check, so they'll kick the man out for a robot.
They ain't gonna put him up. He gonna be right there laying in the bed when she lonely from the club and she want to touch.
Ain't no man gonna sit down with a robot banging out his chick, man. Not too many men like that.
I'm not agreeing with this. And I'm not saying this, just because I'm a woman, but a lot of women also don't have sex with men because of a lot of reasons, right? It may not feel good. It may not feel good to her, or it's just they just don't enjoy sex with men. So I don't think that they would get a robot. They would get the rose. They would get
But again, Precious, the robot can be programmed.
I was going to say that. They're programmed.
The robot is programmable. He's gonna do what she's gonna.
You can swap out the appendix to the right side.
Everything he want her to do.
Appendix, what?
She said, and she wants, say, I want it to be the right size. So give me the attachment, the 6-inch attachment, the 8-inch attachment, this attachment.
He said, give me the curve. Give me the curve.
8-inch curve and everything.
I don't think a woman would go as far as getting a robot sex with. I think they would stop at the rose or they little toys or whatever the case may be.
Not if that robot's in that G spot. If he's in the G spot, the rose won't get no action no more. Precious, think about it. A robot can probably lift her up, also around. He ain't going for no rose. That rose will be gifted off to somebody else.
All I'm about is you lifting me up and then you.
No, it's a robot.
You in their heads, like they're not gonna enjoy.
Robot whisper in your ear, Precious. Hey, Precious, right? Let's move.
He said the road's gonna have cobwebs on it.
Metal. Like women are too in their heads for that. Like I think a man could bypass all that and still be like, this feels good. Like I just don't. I don't know.
But listen, a man won't even have to touch the robot with his hands if the robot can just go ahead and concentrate on that one specific area. That's all a man is worried about. He ain't looking to hug the robot and lay next to it and rub the come here, drop that neck, robot, and I'll let you in a minute. Go on there and make me a sandwich. Yeah, but that's it. We don't need
she gonna be asking. She gonna be asking to cuddle. She gonna be asking to cuddle and all of that.
I don't know, but do men have toys like women have toys? Like you would still need the robot for that, right? Like, I don't know if I want to go there.
But again, our detachment is easier. We can just do what we gotta do and put that motherfucker back in the closet. Like
I think you should go say you could probably look up on Google who buys more toys.
Well, it would be women.
A robot is a toy.
So who go buy the robot? Women.
Right, but it's like a toy times 100. Like a woman would buy a toy, but she's not gonna go that far.
Hey, I see Miss Polly. Miss Polly's in your chat. Let's bring her ass up here. She probably had some good insight.
I'm about to try the link. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just I think that women aren't truthful about sex, and we can have another show about that or whatever, but I don't think that they would buy a robot.
They go buy it. They go spend their BBL money on the robot. I guarantee.
They gonna have that motherfucker on layaway.
Kids, Christmas, and everything. I can't be the robot.
So why do you
put it on their credit card?
Why exactly do y'all think other than the work aspect of it? Because women want to act like they tough, but y'all don't want to work. Stop lying to yourself.
But Precious, what do women say all the time when it comes to having sex with men? That a man does not please them. If they can program a robot to hit that G spot 10 out of 10 times, let me go get this robot. Go and give me 2 robots. Matter of fact, let me get one for my girlfriend because she need one too.
But my thing is, if the Rose is already doing that, why would
not the Rose? I don't know if the Rose would take it. She could tell it. She could talk to the robot a little bit. Right here, and don't stop. You know what I'm saying? Right here.
Hey man, the fact that we got to hear all pain talk like this, man, is just nasty work, man. God, hey, man. This old son of a gun.
Hey, our page over here talking about real sex on HBO. Taxi cab confessions. He telling us everything he watching.
Right, like
Hey,
talking
man.
in the robot. I mean, I hear what y'all saying about programming the robot and things of that nature, but I don't know. I just if women want to join the panel and give your 2 cents about if you think women would if so y'all think more women would buy a robot than men. You're saying that more,
They would buy it for different reasons than a man.
but you're not saying that more women would do it. You're just saying
I think it'll end up being almost the same. I'm telling you, just like when we say men cheat more than women, that's always been a lie. So what I'm just trying to say is, but the reasons will be different, right? Because that's what I think. But the outcome might be the same, pleasure without consequence, or without the work, because you can just program it. But I think women will run to it. I think if I was selling male robots to women, I would have a flourishing business.
You think so?
Hell yeah!
I think a woman will probably buy because women are more out spend money, and a man will probably look at the price like, oh man, hell no.
Yeah. This jar of whatever my favorite gel is good enough.
Somebody like R. Payne, first of all, he got to buy a robot, then he got to buy his goddamn blue pills. That's a lot of money out of
in or out blue pill territory. My thought process would have been the same. My thought process would be the same. I'm telling you.
I'm just saying, man. That's a lot of expense that some cats might have to use.
I agree with
like,
you.
man, that's not worth it, man. I'm just gonna get the blue pill and find me one of these streetwalkers and call it a night. Look, they you get to a certain age, once a month is good for them.
Okay.
So I mean, I think more than likely, I think the ladies will be willing because they some ladies don't see a price. They don't. They're like, oh well, okay, but it's a one-time investment, and they'll just keep upgrading it and doing what they got to do. Make sure they got all the updates.
The Mrs. Hink giving them a little penny there.
Like the real thing, baby. That's what she said. Ain't nothing like the real.
I know that's right.
Thing, okay.
But if Nug can't come through that night, she gonna pull out that little robot. More women would spend it because women are already saying that they're not being pleased by a man. That they can get something. That's why they got the rose to get pleased. If you can find somebody that can touch you, rub your neck the right way, and rub your back, and then put you to sleep, let me get 2 of them. One for me and one for my girlfriend.
But it's
or two for her wildest fantasy.
They ain't metal. They're not metal though. Precious. They have them with real skin that heats up.
What?
All that kind of
Hey, how you do all this?
I mean, just read the technology's there.
I ain't got one on order.
The subsequent the whole 9 yards.
What model you getting,
RP? Technology's
hey, his model's on back order right now. His model's on back order, but he come in, he can't wait.
It's on back order. It's custom made.
He said the stink up. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
That was funny, man.
What's the tracking number?
Hey, our Payne gonna get that mug with about 15 outfits.
Yeah.
And have exchangeable heads and shit. If you want to look like this, you put that other head on, man. Forget it. There's no limit to what you could do.
Oh my god.
Payne is one of the outfits. She gonna be wearing like one of them moo-moos.
I don't know what that is, but maybe anything.
Booty.
Hey, that's the Scrooge McDuck. That's the Scrooge McDuck that all the old grandmas used to have on.
Whew, okay. All right. Okay. All right, so we're pretty much saying that both men and women would purchase it for different reasons, and
Yeah,
that's
I think so.
all right. Someone joined us. Someone rang the doorbell. Hello, Danielle. How are you? Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. All right, thank you for joining the panel. Did you want to chime in on this robot conversation?
Please do.
King got me over here crying.
Crying. No, it's so funny because I really wanted to back you up, Precious, that women probably stick with the roles, but I think I agree with the men. I think women would love to have a robot. Like, not only would that man be pleasing you, but you know, he would do things around the house, right? He protect you when there's danger. You can tell him to go rush. What's that noise outside? You can tell him to go rush and see what it is. You
He
know,
go fight the bear.
women will not pass that up. They'll be first in line buying that. Trust me. So they're absolutely right.
We're seeing that we're becoming obsolete right away. Right there. There you go, right there.
I would be scared it would malfunction and hug me too tight. I'm like, choked up, like I'm not doing it. I'm not getting in line. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. But I hear you, girl. I hear you.
These women out here will take that risk. If you lay in the pipe like you need to and you're protecting them, they will take that risk. You can hug them as tight as you want. I'm telling you.
Choke them out.
I would be. And then like women life school podcast said you got about a warranty pro like
they go buy the warranty.
It's 22 hours.
They doing all that.
Okay. Good evening.
There you go. Here we go. There you go. Oh my God.
It took robots for the women to join. It only took robots.
Yeah.
I guess y'all right. Good evening, Miss Pop.
Hello there.
Hello.
You brought that robot up. These ladies will hit the link.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, is it a sale going on right now?
There might be a sale going on right now. I'm not sure.
Miss Polly, what would you like to contribute to the conversation, love?
I do believe that they already got some toys out here. Not that I was in a store or anything, but
oh Lord.
they got half men in the store that parts of men that are like almost full body, thighs and all, including abs. That I think that if they were mobile, they would probably, I'm trying to be unexplicit. You know what I'm saying? It's really hard.
Let us have it, Miss Polly.
If the robot could do things from the back without assistance, it would probably be a game changer. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yo,
hands-free mobility.
Oh God, damn.
Changes everything. I'm just flowers have to have hands, and some people aren't blessed with long arms like myself. You got Tyrannosaurus Rex hands. You can't do all the things that everybody else can do. But if you got, you know what I'm saying, you get assistance from that toy, you'd be happier ish.
They coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
ready to buy.
I know my women. I feel vindicated.
Why? I mean, what I'm saying,
no,
they got the toys where you have the suction, right? And you put them on the shower. You got suction, you can put them on the ground. You got toys you can sit on, you can rock on them. What I'm trying to say is if the toy didn't need assistance to be a toy,
yeah, it can move around.
It can do things.
Look, she definitely got one right now.
You got the wrong one up.
Wow. Okay, but you get what I'm trying to say. It would make it easier for people.
It'd be a game changer.
It'd be a game changer for the people out here. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I'm thinking of the worst case scenario when it comes to a robot.
Women have stopped coming up on panels and everything.
I'm
You want to see
sorry.
a woman on
You
a
only get
panel.
one body. You could buy another robot, child. I'm not trying to have nothing rip the shreds on accident. I don't have time.
Oh,
I don't.
oh my
No.
You made me had a flashback like of what if you were like doing something with the robot and then you're like telling him to slow down or something and then like he keeps going because he's got a malfunction. And then you sitting there for like 5 hours having like this organic moment. Yeah, like look, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy. See why? Oh Lord.
You've been talking about this shit all week.
Don't do it. You only get one body.
You'll have the kill switch somewhere. But that's no different. How about the machine that has the thing that goes, the machine that goes in and out like that, man? Come on,
I can't.
they got that one. They got the thing on the tip, and the machine go. Come on, you can program it. Goes faster.
Oh my God!
I don't like.
And you tell it on yourself, ain't you?
Hey man,
Any healthy man have seen these things.
Hey man, our
and,
baby
pulling up on Pornhub and all that kind of stuff, right?
Jesus Christ.
So the point really is, women like toys.
My brother Arpain is in the know.
Women like toys.
I mean, not all women like toys. You guys, because there's some people who don't like toys.
Forget about this all thing. Let's just say majority or not majority.
Look at that yellow face though.
My risky business thing. More or less, the majority of women like toys.
But you don't like toys? You don't like toys? You don't like a little strap or a little whip? Little.
No, but I think it's so funny. I was gonna make this statement, like, in all these, I've watched a lot of movies about robots going wild or doing something crazy, but it's never a man. It's always a woman. And I thought
Because
that was
that's the
interesting.
nature of women.
I think that's interesting that Precious was like, I always think about the worst thing when it comes to a robot, and I wonder if women like. I don't know. I wonder if Hollywood's like, oh, they know not to put a man in there because the men went crazy and started doing like crazy.
Oh, you be dead. Okay, you be dead. You would be dead. I don't have time to die. Not on the robot's hands. No, like I'm not doing it.
Well, look how strong the chick was on the Netflix.
We did see a man robot. Now, iRobot with Will
Was
Smith.
he really a man though?
No, but when it comes to like sexual,
when it comes to sex, that's why I said I don't think women, and I think women talk a good game, but I don't think that would be something that a woman would continuously want to do. Like, I think that I'm sticking to my guns. I'm thinking that the roles would be just fine for them because a lot of women, they may say, oh, I want you to hit the G-spot, but that's not something that they want all the time, I don't feel like. And it may be ebbs and flows. It may be ebbs and flows. But I don't, if you're saying I'm tired to the man that's laying right next to you, you gonna have energy for a robot? Or
wait,
is that what we're saying?
Wait, President. Let's we gonna be honest about it. Most times women don't want to put out for the man next to them because they tired of looking at his ass. Or they tired of in general, like they're tired to do all this stuff. But like she just said, what if he's doing cleaning and cooking? This robot helping around the house. You can take a nice hot bath, dinner cook. Then what?
Oh, you're making me mad now, Miss Polish.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I got to
think about the robot. He's not going to spend all day. He's going right for the kill shot immediately.
Yeah, and then you don't have to do cleanup. You don't gotta do cleanup afterwards. He ain't gonna bust it all over you. Now you gotta take out your eyelashes. Now you gotta go white with the red. You don't gotta do all that. You're ready to go.
That's not even that. I can't. Like it's not even. You're not even. It's for your pleasure only. And I can't get down with the whole thought process. You said you ain't got to clean up, child. That's what you're thinking about.
You should have put a poll up on this.
I don't know. I have to give everyone a chance, Precious. You got to be diverse. You can't just go with your own.
Like this is what we want to talk about. This is what needs to happen. Okay, you don't even want to clean up. Okay, like we gonna get into it.
I can't do it.
The robot cleaned up for you.
Well, some women say like, some women are like they're like that does. But I've heard some women say like, I'd rather just do it myself. I can touch myself, go do the bathroom real quick, wipe up, I'm done. Boom, boom, boom. I don't gotta sit there and make sure he's all right and ready. I don't gotta do the foreplay. I just get in and out, go about my life. And I hear guys say that too sometimes. So it's like
You sure you weren't a man in a past life? What are you talking
I
about?
might have been, possibly. I don't know.
But
I was in my past life.
In my
So-
past
so,
life,
oh,
my name
listen-
might have been
So,
John. I don't know.
So when we talk about this robot, he could do more than just sexually please you, right? I mean, it sounds like we making this robot Mr. Everything.
Yes, he missed everything, boy. That's right.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to double down on my answer because I think a woman, if he could do everything that the average man could do, plus go longer than a man, yeah, I find them women gonna be more to invest into them damn robots. Man. They once they get a hold to them, ain't no turning back. They already used to dealing with silicone, glass, and plastic already. So it won't be nothing but another thing on the next level. You
No,
know,
that's too much of a level though. That's like electricity, like spark stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
hitting them nerve endings.
to me.
A robot is gonna hit all 23,000 nerve endings inside that cuticle.
Yo, you know how many nerve endings in there? 23,000 of them?
It's probably more than that. But
How do you know that? That's what I want to know.
because I read. I used to read
Yeah,
about
it's easy to look that up, Miss Paul. Come on, girl, Google.
I know. I don't. I think Ferg didn't Google that. I think Ferg found out.
Oh yeah, he knows.
I read it when I was a
He read
teenager.
about it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe him. I just don't believe him.
12 or 13, but he go find some that you don't know that you got. So a robot, he's not gonna be like the man. He's not gonna complain. He's gonna be able to move where you want him to move. He's gonna pick you up. He's gonna carry you through the house. And while he's doing that, he's gonna be frying some hamburgers for you all in the meantime.
Hey, Ferg, he gonna say, based on your anatomy, I think we should use this attachment and not that one.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? He go ahead.
To the left today.
Based on your stress level today, you're gonna.
Pressure, I tell you
This attachment is crazy.
Pressure, I tell you this, you ain't gonna have to worry about him catching no damn cramp either. He gonna be all right. He ain't got no cramp.
But do women have these worries anyway? Like, y'all listen things I've never had a problem with. Y'all are listening to stuff that I've never had a problem with.
You never had a man catch a cramp?
Never?
No, never.
Damn. That's crazy.
That's
Hey,
no, give me a second. Give me a second.
You ain't got to your 40s yet. You gonna catch a cramp too.
You ain't had nobody catch a cramp yet. There's something going on.
Yeah. You might need to get you a robot.
The cramps and things, that's the experience and the fun of it all. You know what I mean? That's self-care. You got to take care of each other. With a
Watch your man catch a cramp.
Hey,
Get a Charlie horse. Oh, Lord.
Hey, little Charlie horse, man. Ah.
Yeah, rub my thigh. Rub my thigh, baby. Rub my thigh.
Oh my God.
Looks like you pulled a hammy, man.
Yeah, robot might know what's coming on. Or you're about to catch a Charlie horse. That will kill it.
Precious be taking your
telling me you would be grateful for that, Precious.
There you go. Yes, you
You'd
would.
be happy.
Nah, just let me catch
Your
it.
blood pressure is 50 over 60.
Let me
You gotta slow
breathe.
down.
Let me rub it out. Like
He gonna rub it out for you. Why? And he ain't gonna miss a beat while he's rubbing.
And tell him, Coach Ferg,
You know, reach around there and grab a calf muscle and be like, "Come here."
The truth of the matter is, if a woman gets the hand of a robot like that, men are done.
Yes.
It'll far outweigh us with a female robot because we ain't coming back from that. Regular dudes, we ain't come. We're gonna make them invent because you guys are just listen. Women have already replaced men with a lot of shit already. Now you got it, and everlasting penis. Get out of here.
We
You guys ain't shit. Y'all did it for checks. Y'all did it for this and that. Man, we'll be done.
We're
We're gonna blow up the whole damn factory.
Let me sweat that fuck out. I think I don't need this no more. I'm going natural.
I'm giving too much credit. don't give it too much credit because they're gonna be right there on TikTok and Instagram. Oh, I missed the payments on my robot and my man's gone.
Exactly. Well, talking about women with robots. That's
they're gonna repo. Look here. Hey,
repoing the robot is crazy.
Pressure. They'll sacrifice everything to keep that robot around. They'll let power gonna go out, water going out. That robot's still around.
Wow. That's a necessity bill.
They ain't gonna miss that payment.
It's solar powered, dog. She can just keep it outside for a second. Recharge the battery.
Now she gonna use the neighbors at LG&E. She gonna use the neighbor electricity. Let me plug up. Let me get that extension cord to charge him up.
Right up to just for charging stations right outside.
You want to make some extra money? You sell your robot out to your couple of girlfriends.
Wow, now we prostituting robots out. Wow.
Okay.
The women to do that. Sisters to do that shit. Girl, I made a bag.
Wow, we tricking the robots out. Oh
Yeah, in the future, women are gonna all live together in group homes.
Wait, wouldn't you get mad if you got with a robot and he didn't have no money? You was out here really thinking that this is gonna be a man. This robot can't even get a job. That's bad.
He only got one job.
Nah, he'd be for the lonely housewives.
Oh, so it won't be a homosexual anymore. It'll be a hobo robot.
No, I mean the robot will go out there, and take care of all those women in the neighborhoods. And the man ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing.
In the neighborhoods.
And you just collected some money, the robot will never tell on you.
Ooh, wow.
And he don't even want to take a commission. He'll just do it.
Wow.
Always know that a robot will not impregnate you.
Women and robots. Where did they come from? What
What'd you say, Hank?
What inspired you to have this? What inspired you to do this show about the women and the robot?
Well, I was scrolling up on Instagram and I saw the article, and it was it wasn't a video or anything. It was literally just an article of the woman laying on the robot's chest. I believe Kim Kardashian. The wife school said is that Kim Kardashian. So it is not Kim Kardashian. However, it looks like it. But if you watch the actual movie on Netflix, you can tell when she moves her face and stuff, she doesn't look like it. But again, I think the men will get the robots because you can program the robot to look like what you want it to look like. You can program the robot to do whatever you want it to do. And if it's stress-free, peaceful living, I think that would be an option that men would take more than women. But y'all are saying it's equal, it's 50-50. Women would do it more than men. Just don't count me in because I ain't doing that.
They all want 6 foot or taller robots.
Man, he gonna be 6 foot tall.
But it's still to me.
At least.
I think for me, I've never, and I know that we are, getting into this technology era. I just never wanted to get with it. I'm like old school paper and pen type of chick. Like I would rather a book than an online article. Like that's just how I am. So, when they came out with that robot vacuum cleaner, I was like, what? People don't want to vacuum? Like what? Like to me, I'm just so old.
I'm with you, but for that, I had to make an exception. It mops and it vacuums. They got one that mops and vacuums. You press a little shark, it goes off.
To me, there's just something in the act of actually doing those things that you take a special type of care doing those things. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that if we incorporate too much of technology, then we lose the humanity of it all. We lose the care and genuineness of it all, because those are things that you do when you care about yourself, when you care about other people. And if you're going to get a robot to do it, then what exactly are you caring for anymore? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, where's the care going? Out the window? Like now you just
wife school. What you got?
But if we're not caring for each other as it is right now, that's why it seems like a viable option, because we don't care about each other. We don't care about what a man wants. We don't care about what the women want. Obviously, we can light a person on fire on the subway and not throw water on her, put her out, and just watch her go to her demise. So it's just showing where our mindset is and our heart. Maybe the humanity is gone. And I've read articles, as you said, introducing transhumanism. So it taking that phone alert, like it's just an extension. So like who doesn't mind having a little robot in their back pocket or whatever, or to mop your floor or sweep things? Oh, that's so convenient. I don't have to do it. Like in exchange for that life skill that you once had, nobody has those skills. So I can't find a wife because people are trading life skills for convenience. Even sex. I mean, smex. Sorry.
We can't say sex on YouTube, Lord.
Can we? I don't know. I
And
don't know.
it sound like grandma when around the TV remotes came out. Yes, can you program my phone for me? I don't even use my phone probably to the fullest extent that I should. Like I have Siri, never use her, never call on her. Siri probably like, "Hello, I'm here." I don't speak text. The most I'll do is a voice text. Like I do the bare minimum, the old fashioned. I'm just, but it's the way of the future. And so I will never go to the extent of getting a robot. Probably will never get the vacuum robot. I don't know what I would, what extent I would go, but I just don't see myself just getting indulged in those type of things. I just don't, because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I'm here to take care, and if I can't take care, then what really am I doing? All right, but that was an interesting conversation. We're gonna go on to the next video because we spent enough time on that one. Now, this video I saw.
I'm sorry, Miss Precious. I appreciate y'all having me up here. Now my phone's on 4%, and I'm gonna run away. But I appreciate for you letting me up here. And yes, everybody, love you.
Long time no see, Miss Polly.
I know. I'm running around. I'm gonna get it together. So see y'all another time.
All right. So I came across this video, and I'm like, we have to talk about it because I think this woman is very adamant about being right rather than listening to what the men are saying. Another reason why men will get a robot.
Men want younger women because they're able to mold them.
Absolutely.
And you can teach them and tell them what to do and how to do it, when to do it, and what to do. With us older women, we've been there, done that. We already know ourselves. We've learned. Those younger women, those girls don't know themselves already. They're out there. Men want those women so they can mold them into what they want them to be.
And what's wrong with
We're not that.
What's wrong with me molding my wife to please me? The problem is
she's not a seasoned woman. She don't.
We don't want
know
that.
already.
We don't want that. That's the problem. Exactly. We don't want seasoned women. I want. Hold on.
No,
I don't want my woman.
True. He just said it.
Hold on. We don't want women that we have to battle your past for. If I get me a younger woman with less experience, yes, it's about mold. Why can't a alpha, powerful man can't mold his wife to be that wife to make him happy?
Excuse me,
what
sir.
is wrong with that? Hold on, because I hate the notion that women always try to make it seem like men are semi-predators because we want a pure woman. This is what we want. Y'all can't get mad at us for wanting what we want.
All right. So I have the question scrolling here. Is she hearing him or is she listening to him? Which one do you guys think? Is she hearing him or is she listening to him?
I don't think she's doing either one. I don't think she's doing either one. I mean, she got that she got that Beijing on toe tough. She ain't hearing shit. I mean, God damn. Look, she wasn't hearing nothing he had to say, man.
Raising out of her seat. I was like, oh God.
Yeah, she was triggered because he said we don't want older women. And once they said that, she felt some type of way. You know what I'm saying? She got a feeling because she knows she's probably 40 plus, and tired and beat down and beat up and been through a lot of experiences. And when you hear men say we don't want y'all no more, she looked like, damn. I mean, the marketplace is dried all the way up, and she can't turn the clock back, so she pretty much done for. You know what her next move is? A robot.
That's pretty funny.
There you go. Hey, no, man. Look, you definitely already seen her doing the shoulder lean the whole time my guy was talking. That's number one. But women get mad at men's preferences all the time. You know, you see on the pop the balloon, he say, yeah, I don't really like long lashes. She don't even have long lashes. She gonna pop her balloon like, well, I wear lashes. Let women. Like, this is what happens all the time. So yeah, I mean, and the fact of being like a 40-year-old man wanting a 27-year-old woman, women will act like that's predatory. Like that, like she's still a kid. Like, no, this is a grown-ass woman paying her bills, taking care of herself just like you. And this is what be happening all the time. Like, it's just weird. Why you don't want nobody your own age? Well, shit, you ain't trying to have no babies if I want one. You know what I'm saying? If I still want to have a baby, I'm gonna go with a little bit younger woman, and that should be okay because it's something that should already be known. You know what I'm saying? But we want to, like, sometimes when the women get on these podcasts, they just start acting like they don't know things that are already known in this world. Want to act shocked and appalled. You ain't appalled. You just seasoned. That's all, and it's okay. Because there's men out there that appreciate you too. Men love cougars. Like, let's be honest. When you was a young kid, a high schooler, you had that teacher. You feel me? You like, dang, man, Miss such and such looking good today. Like,
Brother,
huh?
The teacher wasn't sleeping with the youngsters like they do today.
Then that's true, man. But you already know the reason why that should be going so bad, because you can't keep your damn mouth shut.
That's right.
I hit Miss Segovia last night. Why you telling everybody? But yeah, that's what I gotta say. I'm gonna let my play.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, one of the ladies could go real quick. I mean, I'll be short. Listen, first of all, if you're gonna get married, there's a reason why they call us the groom, right? I mean, we you know, nobody wants a woman they can't mold into their thing. And at the same time, if you're young enough, you're molding to her as well. But, you know, nobody wants to come home and argue with some ornery ass chick, man, who's been set in her ways and damaged by the world at 40 some years old. Now, not all chicks are like that. If you want marriage, right, and you're older, you have to realize that there's certain things that you're set in your ways with. Now, if there's no kids involved, then that's one discussion. But if a man wants to have kids, he's going to have to go younger, right? You know, the only problem with men, here's the one thing that men will do. Even if he's intentional about finding a woman, a wife, and he has a date with a chick that maybe doesn't fit the mold, the point is he might not walk away. He might still bang it out. And that's the mistake. You know, if you're not going to be serious with her, you got to be honest and just move on to the next chick. But a lot of guys, if they got a woman in front of her, you know, and she likes you, he might still taste the cherry and move on. And that's the big mistake too many men make, right? Because if you're intentional, you're supposed to let that woman go. Because, you know, if you're halfway decent at your craft, she's going to get a little bit of feelings, you know. It just happens. You know, so you know, it takes a guy to understand. Some women you just have to walk away from, even if it looks like good fruit.
Everybody not gonna make it.
You know, I learned that lesson when I was in my 20s. So that's why I'm a happily married man.
For being honest.
Yeah, unfortunately, some men don't learn that lesson.
Well, that's the way the world is. I mean,
and women too. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a one-sided thing. Like, you know, there are signs where women should know. Unfortunately, some of them don't, but there should be signs of when you should walk away. Like, you know what I mean? When you shouldn't be dealing with a guy no more. I think those signs are very clear and evident, you know, when you've done the work and when you know what you want. So, wife school?
No, you're absolutely right. And it's, I'm just sitting here. You would think that if a person touch fire and get burnt, they wouldn't do it again. But when it comes to emotions and sexual relationship and all those things, we just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And it's just like, it's crazy.
And I think, we keep doing the same things over and over again because like the question says, is she hearing him or is she listening to him? And she hears what he's saying because she's not deaf. You know what I mean? She's not deaf, but she's not listening. And he, spoke, and then she like right away went in with, which I don't want to, and then, y'all want to mold and y'all want to teach and y'all want to cater and be seasoned and instead of taking a second and hearing what he had to say and processing what he had to say, she just wanted to tell him why he wanted what he wanted when he's telling her why he wants what he wants, right? So she's not listening to him to say, okay, well, he wants this for this reason. He's not saying those things to placate to your traumas. He's not saying he don't want you because of what you personally have going on. But when you respond like that, you physically show personally what you have going on. It's almost like that saying, if the shoe fits, wear it. But if it don't apply, let it fly. And I think a lot of times, even in these spaces, women, there's a pain point that gets hit with a lot of women, and it's because the shoe fits. It's not because it don't apply and they letting it fly. It's because the shoe actually fits. And because the shoe fits, it's like, oh, they talking to me. Like I'm the they're talking about. And if you're who he's talking about, then maybe listen to what he's saying so you can become more attractive, or you can be that person that he actually wants to be with, even in your older age. Because it's not to say that you can't find a man or you won't be with a man, but if you don't let go of those things that men don't deem attractive or wanted in their life, then no, you will always be looked at as the seasoned, bitter older woman who can't find a man. But at the end of the day, when men talk, you should listen. If not, you will go in these cycles because they're who you're trying to be with, right? Like a man is who you're trying to be with. So if you're not listening to him, then you're really working against him.
Absolutely. And a lot of these women, like they look the part, right? They look good, whatever. They think they look good, but they're hiding behind that and they're really not being themselves, or they haven't done the work because they don't have the capability to even listen. Even the concept of a feminine woman listens, a feminine woman respects a man or considers, you know what I'm saying? So you just see on display that, like you said, a lot of these people that are up there, these gurus, just spewing all this information, but they're really hiding behind all that, and they need help. And they're contaminating the dating pool, the Shara Sevens. Use your dark femininity. It's all about you, not about them. And that's what people want. They want the microwave version. I want it my way. And so when the guys, when they get seasoned, because they get better when they get seasoned, they're the one that have all the benefits, the good jobs, and they're moving up in their careers at their job, because you got to get tenure for people to believe you and give you those promotions. So by the time they start looking good and being, like, okay, I'm not dealing with these older ladies anymore because it's too much trouble, as we see, then they're like gonna go. So if we're so smart, we're the most enrolled, why can't we get on the program? You know what I'm saying? So it just makes me think sometimes, and that's why I'm here, and that's why you're here, to just really break it down and keep it real with these females. Yeah, we old, but doesn't mean that you can't sit down and shut up and listen and learn something and maybe get somebody. Or you're just gonna be Vivica Fox and Lisa Ray out here talking about what you demand and what you want, and you just gonna end up in the grave.
Yeah, I agree.
Or with a robot.
Or with the robot.
Or with the Model T20. The one where the skin heats up.
Go ahead, Daniel. What you got to say, guys?
No, okay. So the question is, she hearing him or is she listening to him? I agree with Hink. I don't think she was doing either one. Um, I don't think these women realize on these platforms, on these podcasts, like, it's not even just, are you listening, are you hearing? It's how you're responding. Like the way she was yelling, the way she was, interrupting him, rolling her eyes. I don't know if she's rolling her eyes, but women do tend to do that on a lot of podcasts I watch. It's like your mannerisms are just ugly. And it's just like you sat back and thought about it. Would you want to be with you? Look at how you're moving. Look at how you're speaking to that man. Why would a man want to deal with that? Like it's so funny. We always throw the age out there, like, oh, a younger woman's more impressionable, a younger woman will listen, but it's not even about that because it's all about her mind. Like I've met women who are older that are impressionable, and it's how you think at the end of the day. Like saying, I hear you, Mr. Payne. You're like, if you want to have a child, get a younger woman. But I mean, it's you can have you can realistically you can have a child with a 40-year-old, right? But I get more so the reason I think a lot of older men get with younger women is more of the beauty aspect. But yeah, it really does all come to the mind because the most beautiful woman, again, if you treat men badly, you're not gonna last. So it's like we gotta focus on the mindset. And to a man, it's like, okay, so if you haven't been with a man, um if another woman hasn't been with a man, pardon me, or gotten a man in their early 20s and stuff, it's like, oh, it's more likely, absolutely, that their mind is a little off, or there's something that they're not doing in order to attract that man. But the women that are in their 30s that haven't found a man yet, or 40s, if they're working on what it is they need to work on, they're doing that. They're sitting back. They're not complaining on these podcasts. They're not being combative. They're doing what they got to do in order to find a man. It's like, look at these podcasts. It's like, do you really want what you say it is you're looking for? Because if you did, you would do the things in order to attract what it is. It's just watching these. It just feels like these women want attention, and yeah, they want. They think they want a man that will obey them and do what it is they think they want, but it's not. You'll never respect. No woman in their right mind is going to respect a man they can control and tell what to do all the time. So yeah, it's just it's pathetic watching this back and forth because it's just like, if you really want the man you say you want, you listen to the man sitting right next to you. So that's all I have to say.
Hey, one thing I wanted to just clarify. Listen, I agree with you. You with modern medicine, an older woman she's less likely to want to have a baby at that age. I'm not saying you can't have one, but she'll probably because she probably already had a couple of kids already, and she's looking for something else. And I think when women need to take that to account, even the one with the eyelashes talking all that bullshit, I would imagine she might have a few kids, right? If I had to guess, right? So depending on the kind of man that would be attracted, it depends on what he wants. And that's what she's missing. It's not what you want, it's what that guy wants. Now, if he already has his children already, you wouldn't be out of his realm because he's not looking to have kids. So, but if your attitude was right, he might not overlook you. Take those stinking ass eyelashes off and act like a woman, you'll have a better chance. And a lot of women miss that, So it depends on who you're talking to and what they're looking for. And if you spend the time to ask the dude, what are you looking for intentionally, you might fit the bill. And like if most guys, if they're on their square, they'll tell, listen, I don't want to come home arguing with you. I know you've been around for a while, so I'm not thinking you're a young girl. So you got some sets in your waist. Let's talk about that. Mm-hmm. Can we mesh? And that's it. But we don't have enough of those serious conversations.
Precious, to your question, she can hear him, but she definitely not listening.
No.
And, to just the women who, because when I think about me as a human, as a Black man, American, I break it down into race. I'm a Gen Xer. You know what I'm saying? And we were experienced a different type of home bringing, school upbringing, community upbringing, because we had to learn each other outside playing, exercising amongst each other. A lot of our parents, whether single, because I know some great single mothers, man, that was mothers of my friends. House was clean, kids was well fed. These dudes grew to be 6'5", football, basketball, size 12 feet, work, graduate high school, work a job, retire, working again. So I know it was there. I say it all the time. This woman's probably about 40, my first generation. They've experienced a lot of fight. She's probably seen her mother's fight, her sister's fight. I guarantee she can fight because you can see her shoulders. They were strong. And I would bet to think that she don't even work out. That's how fine sisters can be. However, this is just a combination of not having a father relationship also. That really hurts women as they grow into their young womanhood because mothers allow them to start taking on the behavior of them and what they see on TV, all the show your ass, show your titties. But a father, whether he don't talk to the mother, he cheated on the mother, he gonna tell his daughter, you can't do that. And I think women should be young girls need that message early from a man, because by nature, we don't want our daughters to be nothing like what we see. But daughters don't get that opportunity to have that communication, because what we see now based off of YouTube, I would recommend anybody that looking to find a good woman or a good man, get off YouTube for about a year. Go out and talk to people.
Please.
Don't go by to everybody who's on YouTube scared because they done had their heart broke. This is heartbreak conversation that you hear on YouTube. Get away from that. If you want to have a mate going into your 20s and 30s, and we hear women, they'll have sex with a man 55 to 25 if he's grown. They ain't got no age range. If he can get hard and come through and she can go control him sometime or whatever, I want a man that age. Man, I would think, because we have to grow to be a certain type of guy. A lot of guys wasn't getting cheeks in high school and when they was in their early 20s, but they was working. See, they was making that money. Now they childless, making about 80 to 100, got about 50 to 100 in the bank. Ain't spending a lot like women, just bankrupting themselves, and the kids be slow, can't read. So that's all a mixture of that father not being there. Even your baby daddy, drop them off when you come home, ladies, and see your son's balls done separated from his body, send him to a man, his daddy. Drop them off. It'll help save you money, release stress. Now you got to deal with the daughter. Say, baby, don't be like me. Be honest, because they go see it out on video. Don't be out here fighting. Be respectful. And you'll get the results that you want, but I don't see how y'all going to go 20, 30 years just fighting and screaming at each other, but we still making babies at a high rate. Now, the illiterate rate is getting lower and lower. So, yeah, just listen to each other. You might find that, everybody just go talk to somebody they same age. Yeah.
You made a good point, Coach Bird, about fathers being there, because your father loves you. He's going to correct you because it's in his DNA. He's hardwired to do that. Men are hardwired to find solutions and to fix things and even do a little bit of early prevention before, anything bad happens, because he can see, he's a visionary. He can see those things happening down the line. And so he protects you from those things. And that's what a lot of women, I always call it the Eve trait. Like, oh, I know it all, right? Eve wanted, she bit that fruit because she thought she was going to know it all, right? She was told that she would actually know it all. And that's why she was so easily tempted to do it, because it's like, oh, I'm a know-it-all. If I'm a know-it-all, then let me go eat the fruit. And it's like, no, there are some things that you're not meant to know, because there is someone there that's in the position and is called to correct you. And a lot of women don't feel like they need correcting. A lot of women don't feel like they need coaching. They don't feel like they need to be in the student seat. They always want to be in the driver's seat, or they want to be, oh, I got all these degrees and blah, 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 blah. But women are called to be corrected. And God sends leaders for that. He sends men for that. That's what your position is to create order and to correct. And if a woman needs to understand that if you're being corrected, you're actually being loved. A lot of women take it as a chastisement or you're criticizing me or you're hurting my feelings and you're not understanding where I'm coming from. And that may be true, but we can get to that. But at the end of the day, the behavior has to be corrected. And if you don't see that your behavior needs to be corrected, then there's really a problem. And a lot of times you won't see that your behavior needs to be corrected, but that's why you need to listen to a man, because he's seeing you in a way that you're not seeing yourself. And I don't think a lot of women really focus on that and do the work of, okay, what do I need to do? Maybe I do need to be quiet for a season. There's a season for everything. There's a season to be quiet. There's a season to talk. There's a season to tear down. There's a season to build up. There's a season for everything. And women don't go through the seasons the way we should. And so maybe the first season is to shut up. The first season probably is to shut up, to see where you're going wrong. I used to have this issue back in the day where a man would be talking and I would cut him off and just say what's on my mind. Yeah, but I know, but he's not even finished talking. And I had to see, like, that's a problem. He's not even getting his thought out. He's not even getting out what he wants to say. And I'm rudely interrupting, disrespecting. Now we're not getting anywhere. Now we're talking about what he said, but he really didn't say the whole thing because I ain't let him get it out. And now I want to say what I want to say because it's on my mind right then and there. But that's something that you have to have someone actually point out to you, and they say it. They shouldn't have to say it a million times. They shouldn't have to do that. But when they say it, and when they say, hey, this bothers me when you do it, you have to be able to take accountability and say, you know what, I do that. And that is rude. And you need to work on it by not doing it, by be intentional. Like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here and just I had to learn how to do that. And it's funny because a lot of people have seen me on these panels and they're like, you don't even interject and Little do you know that used to be my life. I used to interject. That's something I had to learn not to do. And maybe even something as small as a panel can help a woman do that, because you should wait your turn to talk. You should let somebody else talk when they're talking and they have the space and opportunity to. But that's not something women automatically, unless you're like a laid back woman, you're really, really quiet. That's not something that you're just going to automatically do. That's something you have to be taught. That's something that has to be brought to your attention. And if a man loves you, he's going to correct that behavior, bring it to your attention. And it's not for you to get mad or look at him as if he's trying to control you. No, he's trying to love you. That's the way a man loves on you. He corrects you, and that's okay. Go ahead, Coach Ferg. I'm sorry.
No, you know, like I mentioned this to you all the time. See the great balance you had with Father. See that? If younger, even because I just look at what's been happening in real life, the behavior, you go from the South to the North, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what is being taught to those 20, 21, they hearing this type of message of fight, fight, fight from the time they can walk in their house. They can go right to their cousin, their auntie, their brother, uncle, you know, and that's what they see. So when they get out into the world, they don't trust anybody. They don't even trust themselves. A lot of them just, you know, just go. And that's okay. But at some point, especially today, because information is more available, more readily available, you ain't even got to talk to nobody. You can just start reading it, read that shit out loud so y'all slow people can understand it. Hear the story come. It helps you. Believe me, ladies, it helps. But they've seen it for 20, 25, 30 years. And this is and then in order for it to change, Black people, you can't be afraid of your family and life. Go live it. Go adventure. Man, you're made to venture life, meaning get out of your neighborhood, get you about 3 belts so you make sure your pants is pulled up. And just sort of move around, experience new things. And you have to be respectful, respect people, places, and things. Y'all know that. That's a noun. Y'all figure that out. And you move through life understanding how to, sometimes you can just learn by watching a little bit. But you don't have to get in every argument, because if it doesn't apply to your life, why bring that energy into you? But you have to be willing, especially now. Black people been talking from Florida to LA for the last 2 or 3 years. Y'all gonna have to start meeting each other and be intentional.
Yeah.
Be intentional. Go by how people move and not what they say, because Black folk, we talk a lot, don't we? Yep, everybody got something to say. So just move it. If you want it for yourself, just move in that capacity, connect with people that want that, because it's a new transformation and you have to be willing to be a chameleon at this point. Get your feelings out of it. When you step outside your door, put your feelings in your hiding place in the house. Pull them out when you get back home, because the world don't give a damn about your feelings. If they did, Black people would be making more money. They wouldn't be voting out, kicking you out of your neighborhoods, taking your little apartments and all that. So you have to take your feelings out and move accordingly. This is a different age, man. 2025 is here, man. Let's do it. All the beautiful Black people, don't be afraid. Just do that shit.
Let's do it. All right.
Precious, can I say something? It's like, I just loved hearing you talk, because I did have a problem with interjecting and, being a know-it-all or just loud or whatever. And sometimes you learn the easy way. You can learn the easy way if a man correct you, or you can learn the hard way when that man leave you, right? Or somebody really check you. And often I don't really hear this talked a lot, but I know the guys say it, but I don't hear it a lot, being spoken of by, like Christian content creators. And the Bible says, let the woman learn in silence.
Mm-hmm.
That, it's a nice way of saying, shut up, sis. And learn something real quick. It's a nice way. Learn in silence. So, if people aren't even listening to God, submitting to God, and listening to what his word's saying, the men are going to have problems all day long. So let's start there. What did God tell you to do? What did your maker tell you to do as a woman? Learn. So he didn't just say, be quiet. He said, learn in your silence. So learn your man, learn your attitude, learn that you're about to well up and, like he said, be all tough with the buff. Like, learn that, wow, this is something I have a problem with within myself. Why aren't I listening? Or why am I getting so upset at him saying that they don't want 40-plus-year-old women? You know what I'm saying? So we have to learn ourselves and take the time to do that. And you're not going to do it like Coach Ferg said, being online all day, listen to Heartbreak Hotel and Heartbreak Pill. You know what I'm saying? All these pills out here. You got to get out, do the work, and really focus on being intentional, moving in a different way. And you'll get results so fast. That's how it is.
I think what you just said, wife school, is like, if you can stop being triggered, right? If that lady would just said, okay, you said you don't want a 40-year-old woman, but it depends on what phase of life you're in. What are you looking for in terms of, if you're still wanting to have kids, then if you lead with that, then it's a little bit more understandable if if the woman's finished having children, right? She wouldn't be as triggered. So sometimes when we explain as a man why I wouldn't want an older woman, if you kind of lead with, like, the reason why I want somebody younger, I still want some more children, and if you're not having any more children, then we don't have to argue it, that you wouldn't feel attacked because you just don't qualify for what I want. And I'm not going to ask you to have kids when you're 45 years old, right? So you and I just won't mesh that way, but we don't have those kind of conversations because some people don't read between the lines on both ends. If I was the guy and that lady who was triggered, she was triggered anyway, but let's just say she was a little bit more calm. He didn't really explain why he wanted a younger woman until it's not just a groomer. He might still want to have a family. Then that would make it a little bit more understandable. I want more children. I need somebody younger for that. Plus, I could groom her. I tell ladies, listen, most men want a woman they could mold, right? into somebody to be a good wife for him, especially if he's dedicated and taking care of her the way a man should when you're married. I tell people this all the time. In my relationship with my wife, I will never ask her to do the things I would probably do for her. Right? My obligation to her far exceeds what I would ask her to do back to me. That's what most men are. I believe we love harder than women do. And I think once we're married, I think we give more than women will give back to us. If I lose everything, I'm on the clock. Right? Some women will stay with you forever. But for the most part, I still have to have an expectation of being able to take care of her and the kids and all that kind of stuff. The promise I made to her father, those kind of things. We don't make those kind of promises back to us, you know? And then it's not only when I'm alive, we take care of our wives when we die. Women don't take care of men when they die. You know, so yeah, our obligation, I think, goes a lot further than women give us credit for in a good marriage. That's all I'm saying.
May I interject? I had to listen to one of my friends. I consulted one of my friends, Trey Ferguson, his name is Carl. And I asked him, I was like, why aren't women getting it? Like, what's wrong with them? Like, he says that because women don't think in terms of time. They think they have endless time, endless chances, endless this and that, and then they price themselves out. But men, they're very intentional because they view things in terms of time, in exchange of their time, in exchange of their money. So they're like, okay, I have to find a young woman, so I want to take care of her. Or I make this promise. Okay, I have a goal. So it's like all these time goals and constraints because they're more realistic, And he says, I'm planning ahead. I have my contingencies to take care of my wife after I'm gone. So men are more strategic, and we're not utilizing them as a helpmate. We're competing with them, but the world lies to us and says that we have all the time in the world, and we really realistically don't. That's why we always miss the goal. We miss everything. So if we know we're not having kids, like Arpain said, get with the man that don't want no more kids. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're an older lady, really try to, make yourself look nice and get in shape and be as healthy as you can to have hopefully, your miracle baby at that point. People be like, this is my miracle child. But stop waiting so late to have a miracle and use the time God gave you in the right way.
Hey, our pain was right too. Yeah, and Wife School was right, talking about the, wanting to have children at 40 and 45. And yes, like it happens, but we all know the health risk that comes along with that. You know what I'm saying? We know it happens, but we all know that that's gonna be very hard on that woman, is gonna be very hard on that baby. It can be drastic. So I wouldn't be banking on trying to have kids at 40. That's number one. But the crazy part about that video is that that's where the conversation really took a turn. Like they could have had a real constructive conversation, a real good conversation, but not just her, but the rest of the women on that panel. The woman who brought up the fact that men feel like they just age out of the dating market. She the one that took that whole thing into that whole thing, right? But not only that, and then something that Wife School said about women being the most enrolled, and I said this a couple of times, but it's something that I noticed after Kevin Samuel said it. When I went to college, a lot of Black women were going to college and they were graduating, doing their thing, getting up out of there. The women who was in the white sororities and or just was in engineering departments, they were really focused those first 2 years on their education. And they had a man their junior year, their senior year. When they graduated, right after they graduated, they were engaged and then they were getting married. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that our women are just so hyper focused on their education, getting into the man is nowhere in there. a man, a husband is nowhere in there.
Who was getting
You know what I
engaged?
mean? And so that I think that's where it goes back. I'm telling you, man, the girls that was in the white sororities, engaged.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it. You just said white sorority, so I'm thinking you was talking about the sisters who went to the white sorority. You was talking about the white girls.
No. Yeah, I'm talking about the white girls, that look, the Asian girls over. You know what I'm saying? They in there, they're going through rush, and they going to formals in their junior, senior year, and engaged. You know what I'm saying? After that, now they getting married about a year after college, like literally, man. So they're growing with that person, not waiting until they get to the finish line to want to be with them and things like that. They're getting them right there in college, where you can't say, well, you just came along for the ride. You know what I mean? And so, and just lastly, I think that we should put our kids, our daughters in sports. Why? Because your coaches don't lie to you, man. Your coaches do not lie to you. This is a problem with some of these women that go on these damn panels. They so used to being lied to because niggas will lie to get the box. Number one, right? Your mama will lie to you, your daddy will lie to you sometimes, right? Oh yeah, you this and that, you this and that, you this and that. But then when you get on that basketball court, you get on that, you know what I'm saying? You get in that hey, you're too slow. You ain't hitting that corner quick. Like, you got to hear shit real and raw when you play sports. Your ass wouldn't be so triggered if somebody was being honest with you from the jump. Girl, you ain't cute. You don't need your pop the nails off and you're gonna get to practice.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how they play
Don't
with
come here with no lipstick on. Take that shit off. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We had a girl here one time playing basketball. She went up to shoot, came down, hit a girl white shirt, had makeup all over it. If I was her coach, I would have told her ass to take that shit off. You know what I'm saying? But put your daughter. If you don't want to tell your daughters the truth, put them in some damn activities, man. They coach gonna tell their ass the truth.
Champ, I hope you sign up for the next coaching position that you can, brother.
He's not lying though. He's not lying. Like I said, women need to be corrected. And a lot of times if you've never played sports or you've never been in a situation where you have someone that is
coach
to you and they are coaching you or mentoring you, whatever the case may be. But a lot of times it is with sports, because like you said, they're going to tell you the truth. Like they just and then there are going to be consequences if you're not doing your job correctly. You know how many suicides we had to run? Like there will be consequences. Even a good boss will let you know when you slipping. And you'll listen to them because hey, you want that check fees for that review. You know what I mean? And so it shouldn't be any different when it comes to a man who chooses to spend, the rest of his life with you. It's like you choose to listen to everybody else, but you're not going to listen to the person that's going to be laying next to you every night. I don't understand how that works. It's just like, get out the game if you're not trying to, adhere to the ways of the game, So, but I definitely agree with that. Women who are not in sports and things of that nature definitely, and don't have a father figure, definitely find it harder to submit to an authority, to listen to an authority, to take anything that they have to say as correction and love. They'll take it as criticism. And being offended is something that is personal.
To every female, right? Every woman.
Offended, that's a personal problem. You know how people like, that's a personal problem, right? Mm-hmm. When you are offended, that's a personal problem because you haven't worked inside of your person to not be offended. And that's another thing that I believe that women have to work on. Again, if the shoe fits, wear it. If it don't apply, let it fly. Right. But I think a lot of times that offense gets in the way and you actually build a fence and now you can't really connect with that other person. You know what I mean? So offense is something else that we have to get over. We can't be crybabies. We can't, and we can, but there's a way to do it. There's a way to be a crybaby to your man where it's just like you're still respecting and listening and understanding where he's coming from. So that's kind of like a femininity manipulation tactic a little bit. I ain't gonna go into that, but that's where, you know, if you are doing all the things, then your little bit of crybabiness is not really going to, he might think it's a little cute because you don't really do that, or you don't really, you know, go to that side of trying to get what you want. But there is
listen.
But you can't
shut it down. They're like, girl, you did that last week. It ain't gonna work this time.
You can't all the time to the point where it's like, you know what I mean? You're being disrespectful. You're trying to get him to do things he don't usually do. You want him to serve you. We're gonna get into a video about that. You got to get. We as women have to get past things, and these are things that are done on a daily basis, right? We have these conversations. And it's like, oh yeah, we need to do that. But it's something that we need to focus on and we need to be intentional about. I believe in writing things down and posting them so I can see them on the fly. I can see them on the go. So it's always a reminder that if I'm not thinking about it, as soon as I see it, it's in my mental. It's like, oh, I need to focus on that today. I need to focus on this today. I need to be intentional about this today, because if not, it's out of sight, out of mind for me. I don't know how it works with other women, but out of sight, out of mind for me. So it has to be something that I'm intentionally seeing or intentionally reading or putting it in an alarm in my phone or putting an alert in my calendar, because it's important. I know my cousin, when I went to go see the Usher concert a couple years ago for my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
When her husband called her, the message was like, what does she have in there? Stay calm, talk to him sweetly, or something like that. But it was a reminder that when he called, she had to check herself before she got on the phone with him. And I saw that and I was like, a lot of women don't do that. That's not something that a lot of women would say, you know what? Let me put a reminder in there for myself, or let me remind myself that this is how I should conduct myself when I'm speaking to him. And I thought that was very impressive, because a lot of women today is like, oh, he gonna get what he get and he gonna take it and that's it. And it's like, no, nobody's operating like that. That's not the order, the chain of command, or that's not how it should go. But that also comes with women listening to men and not women just hearing men.
That's a good point, Precious. It really is, because my wife is a master at that. She really is. Over the years, I tell people, I say this a lot. I said, you know, because we've been married for a long time, and for some reason, people think my wife stopped being a woman just because she said "I do" to me. That's just not true. It's really not true. But she understands that if you're going to have a long-term relationship with a guy, there's a certain amount of his ego you can't F with. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to let him leave the house with his balls intact, you know, so he can go conquer the world. So she understands like edification. She understands all that kind of stuff. And then in return, I had to understand how to talk to her.
Yeah. How
to get the best out of her and all that kind of stuff. And it was a learning curve on my part, but I was willing to do it. You know, so it's one of those kind of things I think we miss in how to talk to each other, how to get the best out of each other. You know, even now, if you know, when I say correct, if I have something to tell my wife that's true, she don't like it, oh, she'll give me some attitude. And I'll tell her, I said, listen, you shouldn't be mad over that. She said, you can't tell me not to be mad. I know that, but you still shouldn't be mad because you know I'm right. Then, you know, so, and she, you know, then the attitude goes away because we have a conversation after that. So the point really is because we don't really have that many deep shit going on. I mean, after 37 years, we're in the jet stream. We're in the jet stream. We don't have no real arguments about nothing.
Your leg too far. Your leg is too far on this side of the bed. I'm just kidding.
No, but even with Artane's point, outside of being marriage, and if you're gonna say you're in a committed relationship and you're intentional, I don't think you can avoid a lot of those dumb arguments in a sense by having the conversations. This is the time where Black folk, most of our issues come from our home, come from our cousins, 2 cousins over, our immediate family. And we've been dealing with that since we were born. So I don't understand how we struggle with people who are not. I never struggled with women that wasn't related to me. I just talked to them. I ain't never called girls no B's out of their name, the thing like the light-skinned, bald-head dude. I move on. Because I didn't have no particular type of woman as far as complexion. That was the only thing that I didn't. Everything else, I'm 200. You can't be 200. Your 200, my 200. Plus, I'm in my 20s and 30s. But if I'm in my 20s and 30s now, come on, all sisters and brothers should be defined as like the best card. Yeah. And it don't matter. But again, that's just my personal view on it. And then, I wanted to work every day. So if I did want to do something and go somewhere, I'm going where the ladies are. So I'm going, that's how I dated. I was like, where the ladies at? That's where I'm going. Somebody might see me, but you still got to talk to me. And I'm asking questions. And the questions I didn't get answered, that was my answer. Most women let you know who they are and how they're going to move. They can't hide it. They can't do it. Even if they got 3 or 4 other guys. She can't hide that. She called you on Tuesday, you're here again from Friday because she ready to go eat. And you, yeah, baby, what's up? No, man. I wouldn't even answer the phone. You gotta move on.
She got you as foodie in the phone.
Yeah. But see, that's just me. And women, they fall to I think women would be better off just being individuals and not taking on the mindset of women who passed their best. Because they tell women, go out and do everything dumb, fucked up, go fuck your life up. From 20 to 40, go out and just have fun, girl. Fuck these niggas. Niggas ain't shit. Then you see them. Y'all see them at 50 talking about, I need a man. You like, damn, you've been telling me don't get a man, and I'm in my best. That's when you ladies, you focus on the man that you know is intentional. Because most brothers who are trying to get out here and understand they have to survive, because y'all got brothers that mamas didn't give a damn about. Barely graduated high school, wasn't motivated to do nothing, don't know his daddy, but y'all know his daddy. So you got to live in that reality. And if women just when they get to the point where they mad at their mama, go find the daddy. Talk to him without the mama. And let him teach you the ways that he don't want you to go with you and your mama and daddy move. Because mama ain't going to tell you she was just having sex with the dude. He was in a relationship and he left me. No. You met him at the club on Friday. You busted it wide open on Friday night. You went home. You was pregnant because y'all get certain time of the month. Everybody out chasing the club. But it wasn't no relationship. And the man is expected to give up everything. But he and most of the time, he want to be in your life. He want to come over and take you to the game and shit, take you to go shoot ball and run, teach you how to dress nice as a woman. He want to make you, but mama ain't letting it. This is where we are. But and my point is this, especially now, because now we here. You 21 to 41, be intentional with the guys that you want to date. Yeah. Come up with a list of 5 hard, no diddy, 5 hard non-negotiables and 3 negotiables, 4 negotiables. Let him read that shit. But you got to expect he's going to want something out of you. And it might change your lifestyle. You can't hang out with your girls and be on the phone. You can't have no extra male friends. All them dudes got to go. And they can't come over. Can't nobody come over to the crib. None of that shit. Even your friends that borrow money. No, girl, I can't let you. And you might lose them in order to grow. A lot of women are afraid to that because they believe in that. If everybody else leave me, my sister's going to be. Your same sisters will sleep with your man and take all your kids' juicy juice and lie in your face and cry. Come on now.
Come on, preach.
You got to be better than that. Brothers, go by what a woman do. not what
No,
she's
you're
saying.
right, Ferg. The only correction I would make is you can't just have all those damn lists for just a relationship. You got to be intentional about whether you're going to marry this chick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Married, everything,
Right.
but people avoid the conversation. I'm saying
Yeah,
because
I agree with that.
coming in for the cheeks. Most people, you can't do that. When you get intentional, our pain has a great example. Back up a little bit. Give yourself 6 months, 90 days if you can, 6 months, and then you see the woman that you want, and she'll see you back. She'll look in your little funny looking eyes and be like, "Oh, he cute," but
He cute.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard, man.
No, you're right, though. You're right, though. I mean, if it's intentional, meaning you want to do something meaningful, I don't believe in dating anymore. I dating and all that's just all bullshit. You
think that's
either
over,
intentional towards marriage or you're not. Because when you have that back door open, all kinds of shit creeps in. It really is. So, so now that I'm thinking, because I did that live on BMU's channel this last Monday. If you want to get married, you should let your intentions be known, both men and women, right away. Maybe not in the first date, but somewhere early, so you don't waste time. If you're sitting down talking to a woman, it's funny because it came in my mind with my wife, a very first date out, and I met her parents already because I had to pick her up from the house. And I told her, I said, I don't want another girlfriend. If we're going to be together, we got to do something more meaningful towards marriage. And I just waited to see what she said. Now, I didn't ask her to marry me that day. I might have been for it, but I wanted to let her know that I'm not just trying to bang her ass out, even though she was cute, right? So she responded favorably. So we went right from that first date to courtship. Right from that, we were courting because we got engaged 5 months later. So everything we did was intentional for us to be together. And even up to the conversation where I had to tell her, listen, don't be putting your best foot forward. I want to know what you are like when your feet stink. Because I'm letting it all hang. Because we had this little thing. She said, I'm trying to put my best foot forward. I don't want to know that. I want to know if I can live with you. Right? I don't know where I got it from. I don't know where I got it from. I was an asshole back then, but for that, I'm still an asshole now, but that's a different kind of story.
The real pressure.
But the point really way back then, I was so intentional about finding a wife. It's crazy. And this reflection of seeing all these conversations up here, really, I don't know where I got it from. I was looking for a wife. And I was like 25, 26 years old.
But I think 25 and 26 years old, their mindset is completely opposite of what you described today. If you
I know. That's a shame.
But I would like to hear from Danielle because I think she's fairly young and she would be in this market right now.
That's a good point. I was going to ask you that. Are you married, Danielle?
Right. I am 26, but I'm not married. I was going to speak a little bit more about women. When I come in, just listening to you guys, I love listening to you guys.
Yeah, you started moving there, and then your phone broke up.
End of the day, I think they want respect first and foremost. Can you hear me?
You start over again. Start over.
Start over. Oh, okay, I said I'm 26, but I am not married. I wanted to speak on the conversation. I love listening to you guys. Men, it seems like from listening to you guys, I hear men value respect, right? They need respect from the woman and they need peace too. But I think even men in the most chaotic position, the woman comes with like other chaos. If she respects him, he's gonna stay, and I think that, the problem is when it comes to, and that comes at any age, but it seems like, men lean toward more dating younger women is because they're not, they don't experience like the feminism and, the all the stuff that really at this state disrespects men. You got women saying that we don't even need men, so that's where, I think men lean more toward the younger women. But again, that comes at any age. The mindset being the one thing women got to work on. But I get, like I said, it being more women, older men wanting to date younger women because they're not exposed to that toxicity yet. And I want to go back to something a white school said earlier. She said that, women to think they have time, and that's so true. They think they have all the time in the world. And they invest in things they think will last a long time, like their looks. Black women especially think they're gonna look good forever, right? They invest in they get their degrees, they can hang on the wall forever, and and get a good job so they're gonna have money, which are all things that think men value more than the mind, the actual thing that lasts forever, so it's it's crazy how backwards we are. And I love that Frank put in like brought in a conversation like other races of women seem to get this. Their priorities are straight right from the get. You're like, we're going to college, I'm finding me a husband, I'm raising my kids. It's crazy that, Black people, Black women, more specifically, haven't gotten that clicked into their head. We're all having babies, but we're not getting those husbands and building those legacies, so that's all I wanted to say.
I think it's I really appreciate you being here, Danielle. Thank you. Join us more, girl. I think, and this is just my thoughts, what I've been thinking. While fathers are important, mothers are important too, because I believe that in other cultures, women, the mothers, are coaching their daughters to get married, find them young, have a great relationship, be friends first, support what he has going on, and be there for him and things of that nature. And in the Black community, it's not quite like that. If you are a single mom in the Black community, and now you're raising a daughter, well, you came up in the era where they were paying women to keep the Black man out, right? And so now you just all my life I had to fight type of chick, right? And so you're saying to your daughter, oh, you don't need him, you can do it all by yourself, you strong, you got this, blah 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 blah. And your daughter is not, she's not supporting anything that he's doing because she feels as though she don't need him. She's not looking to get married at a young age because her mom wasn't, or her mom wasn't looking for that. And so I think the conversations are totally different from one culture to the other about marriage and things centering around marriage. Even those who are what is it when they pair you up, I can't think of arrange, right? Like, so that's an ideology and a principle that some cultures practice because of the importance of it. It's like, I know what you might want to do, but this is what's best for you. We're gonna put you with Johnny Joe down yonder because he comes from a great family. He has great principles. He's very disciplined, and so are you. You come from a great family. You're very disciplined. You have this type of mind, and so we think that you would mesh. It's kind of like when you go to college, right? They ask you to fill out this questionnaire about how you are, and so they could pair you up with a roommate so that y'all could cohabitate, in a peaceful state, as close as they could get it to the surveys that you fill out, and you being real with yourself. Do you like a person who plays music? Do you not like a person? Like, they give you these things in college, right? Because it's something where it's just like, I want them to be able to cohabitate peacefully. Well, when you are going to marry someone, those are things that you have to know, to me, before the college stage, right? Like, again, these cultures see the importance of marriage and how families come out of that. Whereas if you're in a culture where you're not even starting off in a two-parent home, then you're not getting a full scope of what it should be, and you're not being encouraged to live a lifestyle that will give you that family. I mean, now as you get older, you hear women saying, oh, well, women didn't have to, or women had to stay at home. They couldn't work. They couldn't. And now things are changing, and women can do this and women can do that. And women, it's like they're pushing or they're pulling women out from what the natural core of family needed, right? Like the family needed that woman to cook because the woman took care of the nutrients for the family, right? And now it's like, oh, well, you know, we're retired and it's a lie with the baby and da 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 da. And it's like, that's part of being a woman though. Like, why, how are you tired of being a woman? Maybe you don't have the right man. So it's a lot of things that go into it, but you don't even have the mindset to work with someone and to support them in the Black culture as you do in other cultures where it's pushed, it's encouraged, it's coached, it's, you know, frowned upon, honestly, if you're not doing that. Whereas in our culture, it's like, don't do it, girl, you good, you okay. Whereas the men, again, we're talking about women listening, where men are saying, look, we want y'all. However, you just not going to come to me any old type of way. Like that's all men are saying. Like, you just not going to come to me any old type of way because you don't go to your boss any old type of way. You don't go to that university and sit in that professor's face any old type of way. You go with respect, you go with dignity, and you go wanting to learn and listen. And that's all a man is asking for, right? And so why is it that hard? So we're going to move on to the next video, because it kind of goes into what this video is saying. Now, we got a guest on this video that haven't been on this platform before, right? And I'm not a huge fan of this person, but there are times where this person makes a little bit of sense, and this person makes so much sense that women can't make sense out of what this person is saying.
This person Candace Owens?
No. But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Yeah, Candace cool.
Don't listen to men. Women think that men were created to serve them. So if you ain't serving them, they don't want to hear nothing you got to say, because at the end of the day, women think that this is we need to teach males to do this. Women want men to be women. Women want society to transform a male into a female. Women hate women. Women hate each other. But they want to get a man and then make him embody all of the characteristics of a woman.
Where do they do that at? What I was trying to say is, what do you think that she meant when she said that she believes that women want men to be women?
I think that I think it was like with her first sentence where she said that women believe that men are here for the specific reason to serve women. I'm actually I've never heard that. So I'm not really sure like where that particular ideology, may have come from.
Ideology.
I know you ain't doing me.
Ideology.
I know what I said. Because I would have laughed at myself first before I'm gonna let you laugh at me.
Correct.
So I actually don't understand, where she got that from, or like what actions she's seen from women to make her believe that. That I don't necessarily know.
It's kind of confusing, and to me, because she's saying that a woman wants a man, but like, what is her role? Like, what is she? I know she's a woman, but what did you expect a woman? Like, is she dating like womanly women, or is she dating manly women? Like, that's what's confusing to me, because I guess if you're dressing like more of like a tomboy and you're a lesbian, I don't know what the right term is, but aren't you being the strong one in that role? I don't know the right. I'm sorry, I just don't know. But thank you. I don't know what to say. Aren't you being like the masculine one, and then you want your girl to be a girl, but then you're mad that she's being a girl because you're not man enough?
Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, make sure you check out the.
We didn't, because y'all didn't even know how to freaking explain what she said. So that's why I brought it over here, because I think they have this probably notion or feeling towards the queen maker, and they don't want to say certain things, they don't want to step on toes, or maybe they really don't understand. So I wanted to bring it here because I understood what she was saying when she says women want men to be like women, and I think that is true. I think that is true. I think women want men to be more like women because women aren't understanding men. Again, they're not listening to men. And so when you don't listen, you're not getting the education that you need to bridge the gap. Right? So it's like, okay, we're not bridging the gap. So we want you to be like me. We want you to be like us. So we don't have to understand you in order to bridge the gap. And that's not the way to conduct a relationship. It's not for me to say for you to be more like me so we can cohabitate in a better environment. It's for me to understand you and for you to understand, for me to accept you and for you to accept me. I'm not trying to change you. I'm not trying to make you be something that you're not created to be. I don't want to, yes, we're going to change and mold and become one because that's what you're supposed to do when you join with someone. But that there shouldn't be so much friction in that I give up and be like, well, why don't you just do this? You know how women be like, well, why don't I told you to take out the trash and you ain't take out the trash yet. Well, just because you would have done it right now don't mean that he should do it right now. You know what I mean? Oh, well, I think that when I have an emergency, it's an emergency for you too. No, it's not necessarily an emergency for me because it's an emergency for you. So there are times where women want men to be women and y'all are not women. Y'all are men. You think like men. You operate like men. You're wired to be a man. And the way that you're called to show up is different from the way that a woman is called to show up. So I can't ask you to be like a woman because then I'm not going to get what I need in this relationship if you being like a woman. But those are just my thoughts on what she said.
So who wants to go next? Let me go real fast. I'm going to be quick. A couple of things. One, she's right, but sometimes the messenger matters. Mm-hmm. She's muddied her own water so bad it's hard to even take even good information from her. But she's right. Mm-hmm. Women do want men not necessarily to be women, but they want us to behave like women, which is almost the same kind of thing. Mm-hmm. They want us to respond like women. So it's a mistake. The problem is there's too many men acquiesce to that bullshit. There's too many men who acquiesce to that instead of telling the woman at the time, listen, you can say all the bullshit you want. That's not how we behave. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't care if you like it or not. I'm going to move on. So the other thing is, excuse me, women are the masters. Let me stop it. Women are the mistresses of projection. You guys are the mistress. All the shit that you say that what's wrong with us is absolutely the biggest problems y'all have. Oh, men cheat. Well, man, women been busting it out for men all the time. Women cheat more than men. And it's been that way for a very long time. Women just weren't stupid enough to put it on social media like they are now. Back in my day, there were so many men raising kids that weren't theirs, that they thought were theirs. So let's stop the bullshit. Women been busting it out for guys forever.
Hey, is the word? Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't done. I'm sorry.
No, I'm gonna be. So my sister, the queen maker is right in her little bubble, but the fact that she's so tainted with the bullshit that she's done, it's hard to even get a good message from her. But the people on the panel, even the lady in white saying she doesn't understand, that's a lie. You understand what she's saying, you just don't want to agree. Mm-hmm. So women have spent the whole feminist movement is about emasculating men to elevate women. And in order for it to work, you got to have men who are pussies. Because the truth of the matter is everything that a woman in America or the West has is at the good graces of men. If men actually said, you know what, enough is enough, there's nothing women could do about it. Nothing. There's no army. The only army you have is the army of simps. And that army is pretty big. You know what I'm saying? But if we stop saying, you know, I just can't stand it. Women in the West, black women included, all this stuff y'all keep talking, you're the most coddled women on the face of the earth. There's no woman anywhere. The only reason why black women talk all this shit they are, because they don't have the same bennies as white women. As opposed to everything else, every other woman in the world, you guys live head and shoulders above every single woman everywhere except white women. And that's even debatable sometimes, because you know what I'm saying? Even that sometimes is debatable. And so when I hear women say, oh, I'm a victim, I'm blah, 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 I think the worst thing that happened to black women, to tell you the truth, is Black Girl Magic. It was by some lesbian feminist who, when Black Girl Magic became the prevalent thing for black women in 2013, it excluded everything boy, man, husband, father, everything. You go, just look at it. It was exclusionary. Men were not included in the whole Black Girl Magic thing, right? So now here we are. Women are here, men are here, and the mindset, you know, we've been used. The women have been used. I mean, I don't want to blame it on you. But programming is programming. So the Queen Maker is just benefiting on it. That's all.
Your brief is long as hell.
Hey, that's a long story. I'm gonna make a long story.
The whole show.
Hey, Berg, I'm gonna make a long story even longer. I'm gonna make a long story even longer.
I was like, wait, you not done yet? I was like, wait, you not done yet? That's why I was like, wait, hold on.
Danielle, what was you gonna say?
Hold on.
What was you gonna say, Danielle? You was going to ask him something.
Yeah. What was you gonna say?
I didn't get 2 breaths.
No, I was just gonna say I've never heard of this woman in this video, but
You're blessed.
Oh, okay. But I think it's crazy. Is saying the word DIKE offensive now? Like, that's crazy how that man was like, I don't know what to call her. It was like, wait, is that or the other word? I don't know if I don't want to get flagged or anything on. But it's crazy how sensitive like speech is nowadays. It's crazy. I just have to say that. But
YouTube. That's YouTube.
That's YouTube, right? But I mean, even other platforms like TikTok. Anyway. I think, yeah, it's definitely. It's so funny. I saw a post the other day, and it said that women want provider simps or beta providers, and it's like, yeah, it's like they want the best of both worlds, and it's like, no, you gotta pick one.
Gotta pick.
Yeah, it's like either you get the man that makes 6 figures and is taking care of the bills and taking care of everything, like, and you got to get with his program, or you get with a guy that's doing everything for you but has nothing in his bank account. You gotta pick what you want. So it's like, it's so funny that women expect it all, want it all without putting in the work. Yeah, I said this earlier. I was like, women want those men, but they don't really respect them. And too often in the past, women were getting away with getting husbands that were providing and doing all the things they were supposed to do without getting anything back from their wives in return. And it's like, no, that time is up. Men got mics, the social media, they're speaking out, and the toxic women hate it.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad at it. It's like, look what you did there. You mad about him doing this? It's like the audacity, So I'm glad men are speaking up, man. I think I agree. Sometimes the messenger is not always right, but like I said, I don't know this woman, but it's like if you look at someone's past and they're speaking something true, but you're looking at their lifestyle and it's like, it really hurts the message. But I do agree with her. I think that women, like I said, they want it all.
I don't agree with her. I don't agree with her.
Exactly. So
I don't agree with Prince Ella at all.
go ahead, explain.
Okay, right before she was going viral, I used to catch her little clips and I used to respond, right? And we used to go back and forth. But you know, but I was debunking all of this, you know, because remember, her message was 180 a year ago. Come on now. And so I was like, no, come on. And now to see, because I heard a couple times, like, I get more ass than most men. I'm like, oh, okay. So I can understood how that works for women, because like she said, women want the best of both worlds. She's a prime example. She has completely flipped her message, right? And those beta simps, you know, a dude in his 20s and 30s, I don't trust him when he got them holes in his jeans. That ain't the type of man that I would even, you know, have a drink with, you know, and he was sort of well, I don't know. They didn't speak the truth about her message. And in a sense, she's telling the truth for women. She's exposing the women, right? But that's not going to prevent her from getting cheeks either. Believe me. But the man, she understands she really can't live without the man. She got a baby. She's a man. But like most, when a sister get heartbroken in her 30s, F the kids, the grandkids, the baby dad, F my job. Y'all can't compartmentalize life. Y'all want everything for yourself. Y'all, and she's just coming back because she know in her true nature what most women, they need the brother. They need the brother. But the missing piece is that the fact that they didn't get to talk to their father when they was young, when they was 12, 13, because the mama, I can get 10 women in a room and we're gonna have problems about the mama. We ain't help the daddy, he wasn't in my life. Is that a bad thing? Yes and no, because he didn't help you guide you through your emotional time and your love thyself in a way that you don't have to spread yourself. Mothers, they don't hold children accountable because they don't want to be held accountable. And this is where we are. Women have been allowed to do this I always say my favorite generation. This is where I can see where those kids are now adults. And these women are close to 40, 42, done been all over as far as they done had their babies young. They ain't really gave the babies the nourishment because we see how boys are being able to be a little girly now. They didn't, you know, they have a lot of self-inflicted traumas that they trying to deal with, but they don't know how because they still trying to hold face to the other women like, I ain't no fuck up. I'm doing it. When really, you got to just admit that you fucked up. And they hold their kids hostage. They hold them hostage. But that hurts the woman because the woman in her 40s should be the baddest thing walking on since sliced bread. But they shaming and blaming everybody for the shit that they did, and they don't get young people enough. It's a lot of good young folk who are afraid to do what's natural to us, is build and work together. Yeah. So where are they getting these messages from? Somebody's giving them bad messages. And again, it has nothing to do with whether or not a man loves you or not. But if y'all have a child, allow Earl to come get his baby. Allow even Tyrone, he ain't no good, but drop him up. You know he ain't gonna do nothing to the baby. He might argue with you, catch him at his mama's house. Where Tyrone at? Tell him come out here. Tyrone go come out there, what's up? He go front because his mama there, man. Here, take your son for 3 days. What you mean I ain't gonna take him? Be a daddy and walk away. He'll work it out. I mean, you gotta just try different stuff because I think it could change for both parties because now women will have less stress on their life and they can be able to fall back a little bit. Because right now there are women walking around with backpacks on with broad shoulders talking about I'll fight you. You know, but men want y'all. Like men, we want y'all. But y'all can't tell us that y'all don't want us to our face. Y'all can't let these rappers get on these microphones and tell the world that we ain't shit and y'all don't fight for us. But then y'all say we want y'all resources. Because man, understand, a brothers, just so y'all know, y'all can go anywhere in the world and find sisters that are slim, trim, cook for you, talk to you. You still got to be willing to protect her with all your resources. You have to be willing to do it. If not, protect yourself. No babies out of wedlock. No, because this is a new time. The immigrants are coming to those spaces that black folk are not buying up anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They not if black folk. You don't want to buy a house, then your apartment ain't gonna be yours forever. So find you a good man. Y'all talk about it. Make a deal. Make your kids respect him.
Yes.
Make your kids respect him.
Absolutely.
Change it up. Because if you're not willing to change it up, the lifestyle that you live, and I'll give you 10 years if you're 35, 40, you're going to be damn near on the streets at 45, 50.
Yeah.
So, and I could be lying, but where we still spending reckless money, yeah, y'all tell me. Come see me in 10 years. See me in 10 years, all you single good folk. 10 years, that's all you got.
That's funny. Coach, I gotta say this really quick. It's so funny. I was just talking about the other day. It's so funny that this woman is gay because I was just talking to my ex the other day, and we were saying, how come every masculine woman is never a gentleman? She always, she was a hood rat. Sorry, not a hood rat, but like a gangster or somebody. It's never a gentleman, never an upstanding citizen. It's always somebody tough, rough, and saying craziness. Like programming. It's so funny that
that's what women want. They want the tough. They want the tough guy.
That's what they want.
Like, never a woman in a suit.
They want Tupac in a suit.
Tupac in a suit.
Looking crazy.
Even if she's Tupac Keisha, Tupac Keisha.
Tupac Keisha.
2.0.
You said Tupac Keisha?
Yeah, Tupac.
I represent Princella.
I think that and I don't know Princella. I know of her from this space. I was on a platform where a person that she dated was also on that platform. There was like this drama going on in the YouTube space. I don't get it. I find parts of YouTube like high school. And so I don't necessarily get all involved in it, but from what it seemed like, the parts that I did catch, it seems as though she dated this woman who was bi-curious. I don't know if she was fully bisexual,
she turned her out.
And the Queen Maker felt what men were feeling from women and what men are now opening up about. What they say every man got a mic. Well, she was actually feeling empathy for the man because she went through this relationship with this bi-curious woman who had a child, children, and now she can feel the plight of men because she has experienced this woman who is looking at her, and Princella is supposed to be this masculine woman, right? But at the end of the day, she's a woman. She can have another child. So as masculine as she want to be, as gangster as she want to talk, as much of a trick daddy guru. Okay. At the end of the day, she's a woman. And she's actually coming to the light saying, hey, look, women want this. And she could have been one of the women herself because she has a child and she had a child with a man she was married to. So it could be a self-reflection thing. Like, I'm not going to admit it to y'all, but I was there once too. And this is my opportunity to actually spill the beans, since I date women who look at me as the masculine figure in the relationship. I can now see what men go through because I'm experiencing it. It's funny. I was out to eat yesterday and I was sitting next to, they were from Boston and they had to drive back to Boston, and I would say they were around 26, 27-ish, right? And the girl, they were white. And the girl, it seemed like it looked like they got penne pasta. I was being nosy. They got penne pasta and a salad, right? And so I guess the girl just wasn't enjoying the meal. Well, that boy was laying into her. Okay. He was like, we're driving back to Boston. I'm not stopping nowhere else to get nothing to eat. If you don't get nothing to eat here, I don't know what you're going to eat. He like laid it down like that, right? So I was like, yes, you better put your foot down. Get something to eat from here. He said he ain't stopping. He said he ain't stopping, right? Right. Thought all was cool. So then she proceeds to walk away. And then all the strongness just left his body. He's like, where are you going? Right? So then she comes walking back. And he's like, so now he's breaking down. Like he's breaking down that tough exterior of we ain't stopping. We driving to Boston after this. Da-da-da-da. And I'm like, see, he should have kept his foot. He should have kept his foot on the gas. We're not, because I could tell he was breaking down. I could tell he was feeling bad. But you're right. You're somewhere where if you wanted something else, he didn't say she couldn't get anything else, right? But because she walked away, she was sad, she was da-da-da-da. Now he's placating into her feelings. And I'm not saying that men shouldn't be considerate of their women and who they're with, because consideration goes a long way, right? But her as a young woman is only seeing we're in a mall, and she's probably like, oh, well, I could go to any other store in this mall, any other eatery. But the fact of the matter was you were sitting at a counter somewhere where you could have ate and got something else. And so that's how women kind of draw men to their side, where it's like if a man put his foot down, that's what it is. I don't know. I come from a household when my dad put his foot down, that's what it was. There was no, oh, well, I'm gonna go do what I want to do. You remember that woman who had to go get coffee and then missed her plane, her and her husband, because they was going to go see the stepdaughter. It's like his daughter, but her stepdaughter. It's like I feel as though if a man feels a certain type of way about something, and look, it seems though they had plans, they're going back to Boston, they don't probably want to hit traffic, all that good stuff. He has a reason. You know, they said there's a method to my madness. If a man has a method to his madness, it's not for a woman to step in between that. It's not for her to be like, yeah, but I want to do this, and yeah, I want to do that. That's where the I want you to please me comes in from the woman to the man. Like, oh, now I want you to do what pleases me, when a man is trying to do what because it wasn't just them two, it was other people with them. Now she wants him to do what she want to do for the betterment of her, when she's not looking at the full picture. She's not looking at the whole picture of, we got to get a group of people back to Boston. It's not just me and you. And you could have got something else, taken it to go. You didn't have to sit there and eat it. But I'm seeing this interaction and I'm like, again, I was feeling good for the brother at first. Then I'm like, oh.
Well, Precious, you know how rare it is for a man to stand on his square like that. Unfortunately, that shit's rare. Men, I have to say on your channel, and I'm gonna use the word, men are pussies when it comes to women. I mean, for the most part. I mean, it takes a man, it takes a experience for a man to actually tell a lady, you know what? I don't care how good your box is. You can go take it and go into the sewer for all I care. I'm not acquiescent. It's not that easy. You know why? Because men don't have access to sex like women do. We don't. I mean, everybody keeps thinking, men, because your guys looking at the top 20% who could bang out anybody they want. Most men being able to have a sexual encounter with a woman is a rarity. For a lot of men. And a lot of women don't want to understand that. That's where we get it wrong. We are not women. You guys have the magic elixir, whether you misuse it or not, that's another story. But men don't have that kind of access. So when they find a woman who's interested in them, and whether it's a close relationship or not, they are very reticent to let that shit go, because they know what it takes to get a woman in that position. And so they don't. So we acquiesce to a lot of bullshit. So it takes a lot of experience for a man to say, you know what? I'll go on the desert and have a spider jerk me off before I talk to you again. And most men can't do that.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Not a spider.
Yeah, with all 8 legs. You know, so all I'm just trying to say, men, you know, so this is where women get it wrong for men, because here's where women think men are like women, because they're looking at the top 10% who have access to a lot of women. But 90% of the men, they don't have it like that. They just don't. So when a woman challenges a man, he's folding like a cheap suit. Or like a cheap suit. I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong.
I mean,
I'm not talking about y'all, of course. Not y'all. But
Ferg, like you absolutely wrong.
No,
I ain't looking at no spider.
We ain't talking about you, light skinned Ferg. We're talking
No.
about
Listen. No. You know, Arpey has a way of telling his stories. I agree with him in a sense as far as men having the understanding that, you know, they understand that by large, we're not going to have a plethora of opportunities for that situation with a woman. We know that. Listen, for the man, the easiest way to get over your confidence, accept you're ugly. Understand that you ugly to some women. Understand and move accordingly. Learn how to talk. It'll make the game easier. Because then but that's just me. I'm ugly sometimes to some women. But anyway, you know, to some extent, he's right. But again, this goes into the confidence of a man who's not being told information by a man and a woman. Because I think Priscilla would make a great coach for boys. I think if she coached boys, they'll win championships. I don't know what sport. Because she's going to tell them some ugly truths on both sides. She's going to do that. She's going to let them know sometimes man ain't nothing and sometimes women ain't nothing. So to me, talking to adults, I think her message is sort of, that's why it seems like it gets watered down now, because she's made the immediate switch.
Right.
She's made the media switch. Like, hold up, not even in the spring, summer, you was all man.
She went through that dramatic relationship.
Turned out one woman who women they go through these things. I want to experiment. See, they trying to experiment in their 20s and 30s and shit. That's too damn low. That's too late. But they educated, they still experimenting and didn't even understand science when they took it. But that's just me and my understanding. But Arpey is right.
It's still the spider in the desert for me.
But I think, man, for him to make that statement, that makes me think, one, he's really not her man. He's really not her man. He just came up for the trip. Because if a guy is with a woman and he's that type of guy, I don't have to say it out loud that this is what we're going to do.
Right.
I done already discussed that with her over in the corner. Like, look, this is what we get ready to do. We're gonna get something to eat. What you want, your little fast food. We ain't sitting down nowhere. We're gonna sit in the car and get grease all over our shirt all the way to the crib. We're gonna stop a couple 100 miles, go to the bathroom, wash up, stretch our legs, then we getting home before that sun gets set. If I can do that. Other than that, I ain't got time to be sitting trying to look cute. Take that damn wig off, put that in the suitcase so we can ride. That's me, though.
That depends on the age and the experience, though.
That's
Like a younger dude, you know, in early 20s, you know, just embracing a relationship. He gonna, soon as she get up and move, he gonna be doing exactly what Precious said. He gonna, hold on, baby, where you going? He gonna be baby pleasing her ass back to that table. He was so quick. I was like,
in his 30s.
That's why men gotta train young men to act like that early on.
They don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. We be trying to
women, you get women to pass early, they think they can use it on and on when they get older.
That's
true. You gotta nip it in the bud.
About that.
Until you get that girl that you just really like, you like her more than she like you, and then she just, I'ma play, and every time you gonna be, baby, I got you, baby. When you young, man, you will do some weird shit. I'm telling you, you don't realize it until you get a little bit older. But I was gonna say I'm really gonna have something short to say right here, RP. It was so bad when they played the video. Nobody wanted to agree with her because of who she was. They couldn't even say that women hate women. You know what I'm saying? And how many times have y'all seen online where women say, I don't have women friends. I can't stand girls. That's why I'll be hanging out with all the niggas. That's why I got all these dudes around me and shit like that. Come on. I mean, y'all could have at least gave her that. You know what I'm saying? And bare minimum. That's a short story right there.
Well, let me just add real quick. Just real quick. I'm gonna really be
real quick.
Here's what I think about men, right? You can't really convince a man about the woman that he's smitten by. But I did put, like I did that AI thing, right? I wrote this thing about men. All men have to go through their stupid time. No matter what you're gonna do, we gotta go through being stupid before we understand what's wrong. You can't convince us otherwise. If we're smitten with a woman, we're gonna go down fighting until she burns the shit out of us. And then we'll learn that in the future, it's just true, you know, just like the whole Travis Hunter thing, right? Right. So you know about the AI music I did. I got you saw it on Instagram. All men have to go through their stupid time. And it's as simple as that. And I learned that early on. So once we get past that, then we can be a little bit smart.
It's the same with women.
Well, yeah, but I'm not speaking for women. I think it's more important for men to get past that than for men's point of view.
That's true.
If we're going to be leaders, you know, if your woman's stupid, if you're a good enough leader, you can smarten her ass up.
You're right. I totally agree with that. I totally. If she knows she's stupid, it would be wise of her to get underneath of the leadership that someone can her. I can't be stupid.
Because he got a look.
We need to work on that stupidness.
I'm telling y'all. I'm telling
Don't be stupid at 50 and 60. That's how we're acting.
Some of them. And it's like they know they stupid. Like they know, you know, they know they're stupid, and they don't want to get out of that stupidity. Is they rather stay in the toxicity. They rather stay like. I don't understand at that age, if you don't value your peace at that age, you just going to die stupid. I don't, you know, they say age is nothing but a number. I truly believe that, because there are stories that I hear people in their 50s and 60s acting, the 20-year-olds are a little bit more mature than them. And they're still going through things where it's just like, girl, why didn't you leave? He's using you for your car. He's using you for this. And he got another one on the side, but you still like, it's just anything to have a man, anything to keep, you know, there is no self-worth. They never learned it. They don't, at this point in life, they just take what they could get, you know. And I mean, if that's how you want to go through life, but you're fighting every day. You're not at peace. Stress is causing chronic sicknesses. Like, you know what I mean? It's those things you just aren't taking into consideration, because when you get that age, you know, stress is the underlying killer. You know what I mean? Like your body is going through sickness, but it's really because of stress, of things that you continue to have yourself go through. And why would you want to then at the end of the day blame it on them? Oh, well, it's his fault I'm like this. It's his fault. No, it's your fault. You stupid. And you know it.
That's because I ain't grew up without a father, though. My mama was doing whatever. That's why I'm stupid. And guess what? F them kids too, because they stupid too.
But to stay stupid,
hey, I have kids.
I don't
know. Being used for your Buick Regal is tough. At 59, being used for your Buick is tough.
Hey, Buicks have become much better these days.
It is happening, okay, and they know that the guy got somebody else. It's just they don't want to change. They don't want to grow. They don't want to step out of what's familiar. It's like you want to stay in a familiar toxicity than to grow into an unknown, productive relationship. And you know that's going to take work, right? It don't take no work for you to stay stupid. It it doesn't take any work. It just takes you every day keep getting up doing the same stupid thing. It don't take no work to do that. But it takes work to say, you know what, I value myself. You know what, I'm not going to continue to let this happen, which means that toxicity is going to have to leave from me. It's going to have to flee. And that actually is going to hurt me more than seeing what it could be on the other side if I just let it go. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the stories that women and men tell themselves. We're talking about women right now, that they tell themselves, and it's just like staying in stupidity. And there is no reason for it other than a lack of growth, a lack of wisdom. We're supposed to grow old and grow with wisdom, and we're just not using that wisdom that we're supposed to have. You know, we're supposed to renew our minds, and if you're not renewing your mind, you're staying stupid.
And when you're just sitting there, this is why I love the Bible so much. Thank God for my dad. Giving honor to Coach Ferguson, having your dad around. I'm gonna tell you, there's some things my dad did do, but I'm gonna tell you one thing he did. He read the Bible to us every night, and then he made us read it. And what you're saying, how people get stuck in their condition. The children of Israel, they came out. They was crying like, "Oh, we need you, come get us out of Egypt." So he did. And Canaan was only few days away. They end up stuck in the wilderness 40 years. 40. All right. So he said the only people that made it in was the children that were young people that were 20 and under. So all them old people, all the old heads that just couldn't get on the program, that was crying probably the loudest, because the kids, they probably weren't there. They probably weren't even born. They probably born in the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So all those people had to die off in order for the promise to come. Don't be a part of that. If it hasn't been laid out to you right there to tell you your condition will keep you further away, it's there. It's still right here, but you just keep going right here, rerouting the destination when you just could have, boom. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I learned that in science. So that's a good point. If you would just, like you said, wisen up, smarten up, and put your focus right, you can get the results you are seeking, the results you want. But listening and doing all this other stuff is just keeping you further and further away from your promises that God probably has all for you, but you spend so much time that you just bypass the thing he had for you. And that is true. And so that's why I think of the people that we supposed to be so close and, Christian based, we don't even read the word. A lot of our answers could be solved, in our own personal relationship. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I cling and I hold fast to it myself, because it's just so many lessons that are there to help and put you right on this and hold you accountable. Like I said, if we're supposed to be spiritual, I love God. Okay, then chick, you're supposed to be not fornicating, having all these kids. Like, it's all there. So, come on.
Hey, I wanted to say the one thing that Precious said about the unknown, the fear of the unknown. Like that's something that a lot of people will stay in a toxic relationship for. And that's what comes why it comes around full circle, right? We were talking about the woman saying that you want a younger woman because you could just mold her. No, lady, you from the age of 18 to 38, you've had 7, 8, 9, 10 bad relationships. Now you bring in all this trauma in luggage and baggage into what I got going on. And now you mad that I wanted this 27-year-old. Like, right. You know what I'm saying? Like, and yes, like her mindset, and right now in the day and the age that we are in with all this technology, we all on the same shit. We all on TikTok, we all on YouTube, we all on Instagram. Like, it's a lot of things that you can have in common with somebody younger than you nowadays. Like back in the day when you just had the newspaper and the Jet magazine, like maybe not. You know what I'm saying? But But at the end of the day, like, yeah, it just took me back to the video and the way that Shorty was acting. But I'm telling her fade was clean as a motherfucker though. Y'all can't say that it wasn't. Fade was clean. I don't know who the barber was, but yo, she need to tip that brother extra pause.
Yeah, shit. You know, hey, listen, you're right, Topa, but while White School, you also said something that's biblical, right? I believe that we have lost generations in the Black community. I don't think there's no coming back from where we are right now. There's no fixing it. There is a new generation and a new combination of us has to happen. And I think I don't want to make it political, but what I'm saying is the mindset. We were on the Shackles plantation, but we're still on the plantation right now. And we've been so programmed, and the programming keeps us apart from each other. Where there's no other community where the Black man and the Black woman, we're enemies. That's not the same thing in the Hispanic community. That's not the same thing. And I'm not saying all of us are enemies, but we all know that we have an adversarial relationship in mass, big enough that it makes a difference. Big enough that most of our women are going to reach 40, 50 without being without having a companion. I worry about my daughters about that, because women are having children, right, without husbands, and they're advocating for that, right? Advocating for not having a man, not just doing it because they're horny and having sex. They're actually advocating, I can have children without a man because his influence doesn't matter. That's just demonic, okay? That's number one. Number two is that we understand, we already see the receipts of that, because a woman can't raise a boy, and actually she can't raise a girl without a father in his life, because that part is missing. Now, it's not, forget about the, there's all kinds of reasons. There's deadbeats in this. If you do the statistics, and a lot of people don't want to do the statistics, most men want to be in their kids' lives. Most men want to be in their kids' lives. And the big impediment is this thing about child alienation that is prevalent. Nobody wants to talk about. So the fact is, all I'm just trying to say is, I don't know how we fix it. We can't fix that. Right? When I'm an advocate, I have a couple of things talking about, listen, if you want to have a man, you should be intentional about being married. I don't know how much vilification I get on these YouTube streets. You're old fossil. You might as well, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I said, well, I don't care about how to date, but I can tell you how to be married. I can tell you how to be married. Now, I think it really starts, and I'm going to say it right here. I think when you find a woman and a man who actually wants marriage, then that's where the conversation should start. Because then the conversation is elevated. We ain't talking about just hooking up. We ain't talking about just shacking up. We're talking about, hey, listen, if we're going to be together, can we work towards being married? Then we do the things to find out whether we're compatible with each other. And if not, then we move on, right? And it takes a lot less time as opposed to trying to do this boyfriend-girlfriend thing, which is really just bullshit these days. Because relationships these days are really just glorified situationships. Because the back door is wide open, So I don't know how we fix that. We got lost generations. I worry about my daughters because they're part of this whole thing, even though they don't act like that because they're still under my covering. I'll sit down here, go to my grave. My daughters ain't no goddamn 304s. Right? I know that. I know that. I mean, it's not just I know that. But they still have to compete to find men who might want to marry them.
Man, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said something about competition, man, because the crazy part about it is when we have conversations like this and just certain things come up, I don't understand why people feel like they don't have to compete in this dating market.
Yeah.
Like that. So back to the damn clip. That's what the lady who led into that said. She said, I'm me as an older woman, I shouldn't have to compete for that man because I just want, like, if you like me, you should just want me. We all compete, man. Like every day we compete. Like you can't tell me it's not one woman in this world who don't go out every day and it's not somebody trying to say, hey, even at the gas station, that's where y'all get hollered at the most. You go to the gas station and somebody stand outside, hey, shorty, hey, mama, come here. Like so yeah.
We don't pump our gas in Jersey. We don't pump our gas in Jersey.
And it's so crazy. And I agree with Frank. Because it's like these women also move to the biggest cities like Miami, LA, New York, where the competition is 10 times, and they still think men are just gonna flock to their feet. It's like, no, I live in Los Angeles. I'm like, the women think, the top pick of men are here. I'm like, yeah, but the top pick of women are competing with those top pick of men. And I hate to say it, your mediocre self was coming over here thinking you're gonna grab him without putting in any work or anything. It's like the delusion is in
women believe that because they hypergamy is off the charts.
That's off the charts.
Hey, not just that, because they mistake having been like somebody want to have sex with them as a relationship.
But here's the problem with that again. I think all women know that they must compete, but women understand their track record too. Yeah. They understand how they've lived up into that point where they want to change. Ain't nobody erase your life. Ain't nobody out here like, oh, I don't remember nothing. We remember all that shit. However, once they commit to it, like she said, and this is where women shame other women. First thing she was saying, these younger girls don't know nothing. What you talking about? They don't know nothing. So you should want somebody like me with broad shoulders that'll fight you. But no. But I also think with men who have worked to get to that space, when it comes to women, they start looking at like, now I know I can't move reckless like I would have in my 20s with the women. Some guys been doing it since they were 20. So by the time you get 35, a woman is like, oh man, shit, I don't even want no woman. I'd rather just, pick and choose when I'm ready to pick and choose. The game can switch. But a lot of men, we don't have that access early. Women do, because most black women get pregnant before they age 20. They're in their teens, high school, or just barely out of high school.
24.
See what I'm saying? But and the numbers are changing now because again, the younger women are getting the message, say, the hell with the ninjas. You don't need no man. However, they got horny just like mama did. And mama ain't gave no information on how to move different. And as long as they can get that little check, then the kid can move however they want to. Once them resources run out, that's where the problems come in. But that's also where the disconnect from the father is too. Women know exactly what they're doing when they speak to that capacity. I believe most women know. But again, they know men like them. But that's why we sit there and have these conversations when we want black women by default. We don't really want nothing else. But as a man get to a certain age, he also understands he needs that peace too. Men have to be able to compartmentalize life. You can't bundle it all together. Most women bundle their whole life together. That's why a lot of them, if you want to understand the type of woman you got, if you ever make it to her place, that's going to tell you a lot about that woman. Because a lot of those places be scattered. It just be scattered. Because they can't do everything at once. It's overwhelming. The kids, they got to go over here. They're trying to get the degree. They ain't taking time to study. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. But a lot of it can be changed, especially with the younger women, because they need a chance too. And those younger women can change the future just like the younger man. But who's willing right now, 35 to 40, to say, you know what, I effed up, so let me move a little different. Most people,
very few people.
Yeah, but the ones that do, just understand you still got to put in the work. Give yourself 4 or 5 years and allow that to kick in. And when you kick in, just move accordingly. But don't move in fear. If you move in fear, it'll never work. Don't be afraid of hanging around the same people you hung around since you was 19. Be afraid of that shit. So
All right, so we're gonna move on to the final video.
Okay.
Saw this video yesterday or maybe today, and I thought it would be a great way to end this live. And I named this live, "This is what needs to happen in 2025." And we come on here so that people can understand. We come on here so people can give different perspectives. I'm so elated that the ladies joined us tonight.
Yeah. They like that robot shit, man. That's what the
our robot to get the ladies on here, but I'm glad. I mean, that proved the men's point because I was just blown out the water with that one. But I'm glad you're here. Anyway, definitely come back, Danielle. I have love having you here. Your perspective and the way that you think about relationships, you're definitely on the right track. So I commend you for that because you don't hear a lot of young women talking the way that you talk, with, you know, such intellect and such understanding about the male and the female and how we operate in relationships. But I wanted to play this last video because as Wife School Podcast was saying, you know, how her dad kept scriptures with her and things of that nature. My dad's a deacon. I grew up in church. And so these things are just, you know, they say train up a child in the way they should go and they'll never depart from it. They might depart from it, but they know where to go. They know where to go back to. But in this video, the man is talking about the woman and his perspective of the woman. And I don't think that a lot of women have this perspective of themselves because of the day and age that we're in, because of technology, because of the, you know, knowledge era that we're in. A lot of women are taking those degrees and running with them. They're taking, you know, being the exec here or this certification and getting more and getting more and getting more and getting more, when really your role is really simplistic. And if you mastered the simplistic role, then you will get a lot more than you desire out of a man, rather than continuing to tell him that you don't need him, you don't want him, his role is not vital or not needed in your life. But without further ado, I'm gonna play this video and y'all get into it.
I would like your interpretation or how you understand helpmeet. What does God mean by when he created Eve to be Adam's helpmeet? Because I feel as though if you're building a house and I come to help you, that means I have some of the same capacities to do what you do. Go.
Here we go. If you can do it, I can do it. When an architect designs a house, it's usually just one. The only time help shows up is when the designs and the plans are approved. So when you think of helpmeet, what that means is that the design and the plans have been approved. So it's not that you can do it, I can do it. It's that I'm only here to help build what you already got in you, the design and the plan. So it's not that if you can do it, I can do it. No, that's not it. The helpmeet means that everything that's within you, I come to help you build that. The problem is you want to be equal to the man in the say-so in the architectural design. But when you showed up, it was already there. What man you ever dealt with that wasn't a man when you met him? He might have still acted like a little boy, but he had man parts and you enjoyed it. So what that tells me is that you are more interested in trying to become the architect. If that's the case, build your own house. Build your own legacy. But it wasn't given to you in that way. God gave it to the man. It is the man's responsibility. And it is your responsibility to help him build that. This is why I say, women are always talking about he got to take care of me, he got to take care of me. That's not right. It should be you are responsible to help him take care of you. That is the correct way to do it. If you're looking for a man to take care of you, then you are one lazy behind woman. And you don't want to be held accountable or even be responsible for yourself. And I'm telling you the truth. Because when it's done appropriately, go and read Proverbs 31. And they use that scripture a lot for women's services, Women's Day stuff. I don't believe in all that. I really don't get into all that stuff. But they use it for that. But if you read it, everything this woman is doing is to help that man take care of her. That's all she's doing. But when you're looking for it from a different perspective, well, he got to take care of me, he got to do this for me, he got to do that for me. What is it that you are bringing to that's the question that they keep asking the woman. What are you bringing to the table? Your skill level or your ability to help him or him to build you is in you being able to help him build you. Because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the woman or the women in his life are the ones who ends up with everything he built.
That's right.
You're the ones who.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
That's fire. That's fire.
That's right.
And left no crumbs. Okay.
Right. I mean, I got an anecdotal experience about that. That's absolutely right. He was fired. But it's really, really good. Anybody wants to go first, but since I'm so long-winded, I'll take up the rear after you guys exhaust yourself. You know what I'm saying? No, but it's really true. My wife, when I met her, she was working. She was making the same amount of money that I was making, just about. But I told her, I said, listen, everything that she had, I considered gravy. But what I told her was that since I'm paying the bills, I want you to invest your money in your 401k, or it was a 457 plan. I said, so, just put as much, you max that shit out. I'll pay the bills. We'll do this. And when it was time for us to buy a house, I used all her money when she retired, when I retired her, to pay for the down payment. So it's no tax shit on that. She signed the paperwork without question because she trusted me. But that's how she helped me. That's how she helped us. And she understood, right? And I've been paying a goddamn mortgage ever since, but still. So I can see the biblical principle because she's definitely been a help me. My job kept me out on the road for years. I'm retired now, but she had to hold it down for me, but she understood that I had to do all this so we could have the lifestyle we had when she didn't have to work. My kids understood that too because she let them know. So I'll just. That's so I agree with him. She didn't try to be the master, right? And then in return, now that we're in our golden age and shit, both in our 60s, she also understands that if I go first, her lifestyle is not going to change. So that's it. Frank, I didn't think I was that long. Give me a clock. I get you guys pontificating. I ain't put y'all on the clock. Anyway.
Last time I'm going to be short, and it was about 8 minutes.
It wasn't 8 minutes. It was like 4 minutes of gold.
Okay.
He said he was going to go last this time and went first again.
I just feel like get it off so y'all could go ahead and put all this shit that y'all want to know the rest of the time.
He said, I'm running this yellow light, okay?
It's called elder privilege.
A little deference, man. That's all.
I can understand our pain, and that's the beauty of being able to understand that. And when you make that commitment, understand that mission, because he's in a space most of y'all won't even get a chance to experience. And if I'm lucky, I can. you know, if I'm lucky to where, you know, when me and my wife both retire and don't have to work, you know, but I understand for myself, I was doing fine as a single guy. I was doing fine. Believe me, I ain't had no problem with the ladies. You know, it wasn't a problem. It's just that me willing to put all my eggs in one basket with that one particular woman. And I had, I guess you could say a list, but I asked those questions of what I experienced in my own home and my own aunties. I had 6 aunties. My mother had 6 sisters. They all were married. So I needed that type of woman to have that similar experience. You didn't have to necessarily, you know, but you had to have a family, you know, background. Because I understand stupid cousins and, you know, I wasn't big on peer pressure, so I see how people move with their friends. But I think, you know, for myself, I've been able to accomplish more now that I've settled down. I wasn't moving from here to here, wasting gas, spending money, eat over here, don't eat over here. You know what I'm saying? Getting flued out. You know, I used to get flued out. What's that out there? You got time? Okay, keep that ain't no that's 8 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna take 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. But yeah, you know, I think, you know, people have to be more intentional today. And I don't know why people are afraid to have those real conversations today. We talk about everything else that's ratchet and crazy and got us sad and mad. Why not talk about if I meet a woman or meet a man, what are our true intentions of being here? You know, what are our true intentions? We all grown. We know we physically attracted to each other. So we ain't even got to talk about the sex part.
That's right.
I never talked about sex when I met a woman until she put me in that position. That wasn't my focus. I wanted to know if you had certain qualities. You know, I need to know those type of things. Do you, you know, I used to ask all kinds of crazy questions because I grew up with 6 women in the house. But I didn't hold it against the woman if she didn't like me. She just didn't like light-skinned, bald-headed dudes. And I'm saying that because when I shaved my head, my stock went up. When I had my little hair, you know, I was good. I was in shape. You know what I'm saying? I was in the military. I just graduated college. I was the man. But then once I shaved my head, it was over for y'all.
Yeah.
It was over. But I still was humble. I'm talking now because I'm old. I'm out the game. I don't qualify for not one woman out there, believe me. My wife has all my resources. If I go, she's good. If she go, she tell me I'm good. And y'all want to see old Coach Ferg out there single again. No. I'll be too scared of y'all. But anyway, you know, just to this point, you know, you got to be willing to move intentionally. You know, everybody got some trauma. Talk about those traumas. Have family meetings. You know, I think it's real good to have a family meeting. Get some of those things out. You know, go to the children and say, hey, I'm thinking about this type of man. You know, you got teenage children living at home. Ask them those questions before you just let Tyrone show up. You know, but again, everybody's different, man. But those who get it, you'll get a chance to see. Those who choose not to, don't cry about the outcome of your life. Just accept that shit. Get a bike, get a dog. I see dudes with little lap dogs too. Don't get, you know. But it's what it is, man. Y'all got to do it out here, man. Y'all got to do it. Y'all the next. I'll say if you 40 right now, you be a fool to waste time for 10 years.
Oh yeah.
Make a deal before you start getting gray hairs on your privates. That's the last thing I'm gonna say. Make a deal with somebody. Y'all can work that shit out. After that, you ain't got no choice. I mean, you got choices, but y'all don't get the little 88 Buick. They got a good engine. Fuck what that interior look like. As long as you got a good engine.
After all, women want partners anyway, right? So
Stay early at 5 o'clock.
Hey.
I wanted to ask a question that's scrolling. I'm gonna ask Danielle, do you think are women willing to be helpers according to what the young man in the video said? Do you think that women are willing to be helpers?
I think they are. I just think they get the wrong message from other women. Other women tell them not to be. So,
hey, both of y'all Danielles, all 3 of y'all.
They should be answering that question.
Yeah.
So women should be answering that question. Danielle supposed to be answering that question.
Yeah, women are willing to be helpers. The only thing is that they have to totally uproot, unlearn everything they thought they knew what social media is telling them, because what they're telling them is to only do something in a transactional way. You do something for me, I'll do something for you. If you don't do something for me, now I'm gonna hold it over your head that you didn't do it. So they have to completely get rid of that and understand that helping and being a wife is duty, and not looking at it as a transaction. And I think we will be in a better place, and they'll be more agreeable and be like, okay, not a problem. It'll be not a problem, type of feel, as opposed to right now as what can you do for me type of thing, so that I will move.
Okay.
Yeah, women want to help, but they want to help in the way they think is helpful and not in the way that's actually helpful. It's so funny. Someone in the comments said women want to be the architect, and even in the guy in the video, it's like they want to build the home, or they want to build the house. They don't want to build the home, and that's actually what the man needs. A man needs in a relationship. I think that programming is crazy, man. It's so crazy that you've like touched on so many topics with these videos, and we talked about programming. We talked about us, believing things to be true about what men want, and it's not, and, helping comes in so many ways. Women think, and it's so crazy with my ex, one thing I like to do is clean. And so that's something he wasn't good at. And when I would just, pick up clothes, dirty clothes off the floor and wash them and wash the dishes, he'd be so grateful, because that's one thing Leslie had to do. He was on the computer a lot working. And that's just peace to know that, I'm taking care of something that he hates doing. And to me, it's nothing, but it's everything to him. And that's a big deal. Women just like paid attention to the things their man needed. They don't know how appreciative men are of that, when it's little things, and they're big deal, but they're big deals to them. So yeah, I think women are willing, but again, they're so what's the word? They think something is helpful, that is not. So, and they need to start paying attention.
Well, you said it. They want to be helpful in the way they want to help, that as opposed to what the man might want. But that's a good point.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. I had a conversation. I'm not going to name no names, but I had a conversation with somebody over the Christmas holiday, because I witnessed some things. I was in a mix, and I might as well have said go to hell or something, because I said, so you gonna fix him a plate? Are you gonna fix him a plate? He just fried some fish with some potatoes. Are you gonna fix him a plate? Because for one, a lot of men don't have nothing in their refrigerators. If they're single men, they're eating out, they're getting Uber Eats, they're not necessarily taking care of themselves like a woman would, a woman who wants to be a helper, right? So that's for one. And then he cooked the food. I said, where he from? North Carolina, South Carolina? He cooked that fish so good. And he sleep on the couch, okay? I was knocked out. But I said, are you going to fix him a plate? And this person was adamant about not fixing a plate. I'm not going to fix him a plate. What do I need to? The food's done. He cooked the food. Like, everybody know the food done. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, so why don't you want to fix the plate, right? And the explanation was, when I grew up, my mom, when she cooked, she said the food was ready and everybody made their plate. So why do I have to make a plate? So that's conditioning from growing up, from a young girl, seeing what your mom did and what your mom didn't do, right? Because I came from a household where my mom made the plates. She made my dad plate first, and then she made me and my brother plate. So I come from a background of it's crazy not to make him a plate because he's the man of the house. It's crazy not to bring him his food because he works to make sure we have this food. Like in my mind, it's crazy not to do it, but in her mind, it was crazy to do it. Then it was a comment of, oh, I ain't making a play until you put me like in a penthouse or something. And my thing is, women always want the best right away. It's like, oh, he got to be making $100,000. He got to be 6 feet. He got to be for me to even start to consider him, right? Yet men come in considering you right away, but you're not even seeing the way that he is considering you because you think he has to do that for you, or because he does it is something that comes so natural to him that you feel as though you just have to sit down and receive that. And as a woman, yes, our job is to receive. But like Danielle was saying, there are little things that you can do to show a man that he's appreciated, and it takes you such a long way. And you don't understand that it takes you such a long way because you're not used to doing it. You didn't see your parents doing it growing up, things of that nature. But at the end of the day, when you don't have, and because of who this person is to me, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You dead wrong for not making a plea. Don't you ever come to me about anything that you feel as though he's not doing, because he's doing more than some men do. And for that, you should be grateful. It's about being grateful. It's about showing appreciation. And I think that's where a lot of us women lack. Like that's an area that you want it done for you, but you don't want to do it in return. And because you don't want to do it in return, you don't see how minuscule you don't see that the small things that you could be doing, how it could be helping you in the long run. Like the man said in the video, the woman helps the man take care of her. It's a cycle. It's a yin and a yang. It's a coming together so that I'm doing my part for you, so you can do your part for me. It's not you just do everything and I just sit back and receive and sit up on a throne like I'm the queen and you're the worker bee. That's not how it goes. But if you don't see that growing up, or if that's what you're seeing growing up, or if some things have been tainted in your, and you've seen other things, because that's another thing that we didn't get into, that could be another show. But sometimes you have access to things in your childhood that you shouldn't have access to, and now it makes your vision of what relationships should be and things of that nature tainted. Because you like, oh, well, such and such cheated and they didn't show no remorse. And so now mama had to treat him this way because he wasn't faithful to the house and blah, blah, blah. But that was none of your business. What was going on in their marital affairs was none of your business. You should have stayed in the child's place until you was old enough to truly express your feelings. But children will take on those thoughts and those feelings if they have access to it, and create their own thoughts around what a relationship should be, how a woman should be treated, how a man should be treated. And so I love the video so much because this is a man saying, this is what a helpmeet is. You know how men ask women, well, what do you bring to the table? What he said is what a lot of women can bring to the table. Mm-hmm. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about your degrees. It wasn't about any of that. It was about who you should just simply be as a woman. And that's another thing. Women don't want to just be. They want to be the driver. They want to be the architect. And honestly, God really just wants you to be in your femininity. But when you want to drive the car, when you want to build the house, when you want to, there are just things that I'm grateful for men. I drive to work and I see men down in holes in the ground. I'm like, Lord, I couldn't do that job. Like there are just things that men do that women cannot do. Leave those things to the men and just be the woman that you're supposed to be. And so I think that I agree with Danielle and Danielle. Women are willing to be helpers, but they're not willing to sit back and see where the help is needed. Right? They're not willing to inquire and say, where do you need me at? Where can I help you? Or, they see a certain thing and take it upon themselves to actually help, So I think that women are willing to be helpers, but they're not willing to be corrected in the way that they should be corrected in order to be a good helper, because it's a mindset, like Danielle was saying earlier. Change your mind, you change your life. You're supposed to renew your mind. And if women are not renewing their minds, they're not going to be good helpers at all. They're going to be helpers of destruction, mass destruction, rather than production.
What you said really quick, Precious, really quick, before I forget, because I forgot earlier, but you made me remember. Not only do women want to help build the house, but they want the house already built. They want, the finished product without putting any work in. And it's crazy. There was a football player, I don't remember his name, but he just got engaged to a snow buddy, right? And all these black women were upset. But then I went to this guy's Instagram post. Okay. Then I went to this guy's Instagram post after he proposed to her. And he said this woman been with them through thick and thin. Something crazy went on that he was like, she was there for me. The thing is, a lot of black women, I hate to say it, won't go through what that woman went through, and women, period. But, it seems like it's heavy in the black community that they want the finished product. They want the man that is on the field already and not have to go through the crazy stuff he went through, not being by a man's side when he's, going through sickness or dealing with a loss and stuff like that. So that's a whole nother thing too. It's like a helpmate. You got to put in the work to get the results you want. A lot of women aren't willing to do that. So I just want to throw that in there.
Absolutely. What I have to say about it, man, is first of all, that was just a great video. Like you talking about, hitting everything, hitting the nail on the head, man. That was that video. So many times you see a woman online or women online, Proverbs 31. Most of them don't even know what the hell they don't even know what it say. That's number one. They just seen somebody else say it. Know it's a good thing. So, okay, bet. A lot of women don't know what helpmeets are because they mama wasn't one. They didn't see their mama helping their dad. Most people come from single parent households in our black community. Like, we know that. So most people don't see a mama help. You see that mama being a strong, independent black woman, and that's what you want to grow up to be. And that's what make you not want to be a helpmeet. That's what make you want to I can't go through no struggle with you when you 20. We both 20.
We both 20.
What you mean? Why can't we go through this journey together and get to the top?
Right.
Oh no, I like older men because they already got it all together. Oh, you right. They might have it all together. You might be right. He financially stable, all that good stuff. But just imagine what we could do together. Like you talk from a long early age that you don't working with a man is not the thing to do. That's why in the hood all the 14-year-old 15-year-old girls was trying to date the doughboys. Like, you feel me? That didn't have nothing else to do and was still driving up to the school. You feel me? Y'all know they were still driving up to that high school. They had cars and all the girls was like, oh, he got a car.
Sick.
Just being honest.
I don't know what school y'all went to.
I was there. No, but but the video was just spot on. Like, and I just don't feel like a lot of people know what those things are, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even growing up in church, and things like that, you a kid, you ain't paying attention. You ain't really understanding what the pastor is saying. So when he's saying help meeting, your mom ain't one, you ain't understanding. You sitting there, your grandma pinching you on the church, pinching you on the pew because you sleep.
I ain't gonna receive that one. I ain't gonna receive that.
Yo, but you know what?
I'm gonna go after our pain. I'm
gonna just say this: the only problem with the whole video, his answer was so sophisticated that
is gonna go.
The average guy could have never answered that question to a lady like that.
Oh no!
And he was right on, but so that's why that's why I think a little bit of it was kind of planted for him to answer it the way he did. But the fact is that answer was right on, but it was so sophisticated. Only a few people would get it.
Right.
But that's exactly how it's supposed to be. It really is. And we're so far away from those kind of relationships between black men and black women. And I specifically say black men and black women. It's because of the programming by design to keep us apart. Because I think some of that shit is just natural. I think some of the way we're supposed to behave together is a natural thing. And the propaganda and the programming that keeps us apart is heavy because that's the only way that it would work. I mean, it's from all angles. I mean, all angles, from legislation, from biological, from everything, environment, to keep us from one from another in order to break that natural bond. Because it kind of works on everybody. But for us, it's exasperated. And I don't know how to fix it. Right. So most people say to me, the only reason why I have a long-term marriage is because it was so long ago. Right. And now we're down to 30%. And the other thing is with women, and it sounds disparaging, but when 70% of black women have a kid by the time they're 26, that means for a man who's on his grind, who doesn't have any children, because it's down to 50% for men at the same age. If I want a wife, I have to actually be willing to take on extra shit. I shouldn't say it that way. Extra.
No, you said it the right way.
No. I don't want to say that. I don't really mean that. You have to take on extra stuff in order to vet the woman. You have to have her and her kid, and you have to have a relationship with her ex in order to have a cogent family with a stepkid. You can't do it without having a relationship with the father if he's still involved. I don't think that's fair. But the bottom line is, so what he said was a real good thing, but our community is in trouble. It's just in trouble. We can't even form good relationships because so much baggage is coming in. Because even the men, even if it's 50%, they might be coming to the relationship with a kid or several kids from several different women. So how does that work? So it's we're in dire straits. As simple as that. I'll end it there.
Yeah, I'll be quick. That guy was excellent in the video, and he was very handsome. Sorry, I like all the guys, but yeah, all right, Frank. Yeah, I like all the guys.
Oh, my bad.
And I don't think there's nothing wrong with a person that has a finished product. The only thing that makes it bad is if you don't qualify that for that person, you just don't qualify. Sometimes that person may wait to get everything in their ducks in a row, and they can choose whoever they want. As Coach Ferg said, they got the pick of the litter. So if they choose this woman, our pain, I know you said it may not be ideal. Sometimes people do that. For what reason? That's their reason. They do get women. They have blended families. The kids aren't bad. The lady's nice. She just had a bad situation, but she may have had a good,
you can make it work. You can make it work.
Or it will be more ideal for him to start his own family. You know what I'm saying? And start fresh, and then he can put all these things and cultivate his traditions and establish things in his family with that willing, helping wife. You know what I'm saying? So I think if that woman is in that mindset, is in that motion and that behavior already, it makes her more identifiable to be a wife or to be chosen. So I just think A lot of women just need to get in the mode, in the behavior, and like I said, unlearn, everything. Like me in my situation, I'm divorced from my children's father. But even though that is my situation, as Precious said, I'm not contaminating my daughter. I'm not contaminating my sons. I don't say things that speak about him out of terms or degrade him in their eyesight or mind or program them subconsciously like, yeah, this dude's like work or whatever. No, nothing like that. I actually grab my daughter up and I say, hey, let's get in this kitchen, let's cook, let's bake, and talk to her about this is how you prepare a meal for your family, or even on those days if you're feeling tired, like, make the plate, decorate it nice, put the rice in the cup and, turn it over like you're in a restaurant, like make it fun, make it playful. Get your apron. I bought us some aprons. So I try to encourage her in the new ways I've learned, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us, as I love Precious hosting these panels, she tries to show us the honest things, the open things, the transparent things. A lot of us are broken trying to function, but we're in dysfunction. So there's a lot of things that we really do have to unlearn and not let that bypass us, let it stop with us, and encourage our children to do new things, or encourage the next generation, don't do as I did. You know what I'm saying? So it takes a big person to really get rid of all that trash to make sure the next generation doesn't carry on any of that crap. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of work.
Good evening, Sean. You came in.
Sean, what's going on, man?
What's going on? Happy New Year, everybody. Blessings, prosperity, and joy and wisdom for 2025 to all. I didn't see the video, but I will tap into the conversation and say that one of the things we collectively need to adjust is our desire for valuing money over everything. I think, and that's both genders, men and women, have a tendency to put that in such a high regard that everything else follows, and their actions also follow to receive that, and not saying that it's unnecessary, because obviously it is, but when you prioritize that over everything is where and why we have a lot of the dysfunction that we speak of, especially in our community. Because our desire and hope is to, a lot of single mothers, their quest is not to have a man of character, a man of virtue, a man of all of the identities that we specifically speak about here on these panels, but that major priority is to get help with their bills, or to get help with their struggles, or to get help with their stress. I hear a lot of people, a lot of women, especially in my generation, who speak of, all I want to be is happy, all I want to be is stress-free. And the question is, what is so stressful and why are you unhappy? And it usually is boiled down to their spending habits and or the finances that they don't have. They sometimes have degrees and put all of that energy into getting their degrees and their accolades, but they didn't put it into building their character, softening their heart and heart. And so therefore we have to deal with these things that they don't want to deal with. If they put as much energy, time, and effort into their relationship as they did into their quest for money, and again, this goes for both genders, we'll have a lot better cooperation with each other, because we'll be at least seeing the same vision of let's say surrendering to God, if that is what's over your money, or having character, if that's what's over your money, but we'll at least have something commonly that we can pursue. And I think if we can pursue those things together, we'll have a lot more success. Happy New Year, everybody.
Well, all right. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, we are going to go into final thoughts. But before we do, thank you, King Smith, for the Cash App. Thank you, Darnell, for the Cash App. I appreciate you guys. There was also a super chat from Grown Men Talking. Shout out my people, blessings. He's actually doing big things in the space right now. He has a like a dating show, like he's pairing singles together. So if you guys are interested on being on a show like that, finding someone to pair up with, being in a relationship with, Grown Men Talking, you can find him on Instagram. Go to his link to sign up. I don't know if I would do one of those shows.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Why not pressure?
In North Carolina.
Pressure, why not?
I've been on Grown Man Talk. I've been around. Yeah, he's cool.
He's awesome.
Pretty cool, brother.
Nice.
Coach Ferg, why not? I still believe in the old-fashioned way. Like, I don't want to go on a TV show to I don't know. People got too much to say. I like to minimize that as much as I can. You don't need to know my business.
I understand.
So before we get to final thoughts, what needs to happen in 2025, we do have a comment from Chris Reed that reads, I have a question for the panel. So is a man entitled to just one woman?
Nobody's entitled to anything.
Right.
Nobody's entitled to anything.
Yes, the wrong word.
I don't know if that's the exact question he's trying to answer. So entitled is the wrong word.
Or should a man have more than one woman? Is that the question?
And so let's assume if it's a man should have more than one woman. Listen, we're in the Western culture. We're all so at least pseudo Christians, whether it's full or non-secular or not. We're mostly monogamous beings in a marriage situation, right? So we're not really into polyamory and all that kind of stuff. Now I know we have Miss Polly up here, but as far as men are concerned, I like Miss Polly. She's cool, but if you're going to be in a serious relationship, there's an expectation that we'll be monogamous. And unless you truthfully say otherwise, right? That's just the way it is. Entitlement has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The word entitled threw that whole thing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we live in America, and we know that by the laws, you cannot live that way in America on the books. Now,
Right.
if you want to do it under the table, then you just have to make sure that one, you have your shit in order, first of all.
Right.
Because common law marriage is real in some states. And if you
Hell
leave
yeah.
those women for
That's
10 years,
7 states now, by the way. They've been removing it from the books.
Okay. Okay, so if you're in one of those states, be careful. Know the laws first. So you
Facts.
won't put yourself in a trick bag thinking you really doing something. And it sounds good in your 20s and 30s and 40s. You're going to have to make a decision either way.
Yeah,
Same
and if-
lifestyle you did at 20, you can't do it at 40. It just continues the generational curse. You will never be blessed from that. But everybody got to find out for themselves how they need to move in life, So
Yep. And if you ain't got enough money to take care of you and one woman, don't worry about taking care of you and multiple women.
exactly.
It just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't.
Don't make sense, and it don't make dollars either.
No, it don't.
All right, so we're gonna go around final thoughts. What needs to happen in 2025 after reviewing these videos that we reviewed? We got the robots where they have predicted in 2016 that they was going to take over in 2025. We have women who don't necessarily listen to women or listen to men, and men tell women what they want. We also have the Queen Maker saying that women want men to be women. And then we have the last gentleman who pretty much characterizes what a woman should be to a man, and that is a helpmate. So in 2025, as we end this first live of the year, what do you, and before you guys go, I want to thank everyone that was on the panel. I thank Danielle. Thank you so much for being here. I think she is so dope. I don't really hear many 26-year-olds speak like her, so she is definitely welcome back at any time. People like that, I like to know what they're thinking, because those are the thoughts that need to be out in the atmosphere. Those are the perspectives that need to be championed and pushed forward on our platforms, because she's someone who gets it. You know what I mean? You know, you ever met somebody like they get it, like they get it, you know? And then you meet some people like you just don't get it. And I don't know if you ever will, you know? She's someone who gets it. And so I love having people like that on the panel, because we can have a great conversation. Polly, thank you so much for being here. I liked her. She was definitely a spark of
Polly.
Started talking about something else. She was like, I gotta go. All right, I'm out. I appreciate you for being here and coming up on the panel. Hank was here. We didn't get Uncle Rick tonight. I gotta see what was going on.
It's the New Year's. He's probably hanging out with Johnny.
But no, I appreciate you guys. You guys don't have to be here, so I appreciate you anytime and every time you come, because you don't have to do it. So thank you to those who are in the chat, giving super chats, donating to the channel. I appreciate you all. Thank you. This has been a great live. So we're gonna go around final thoughts after reviewing the videos. What needs to happen in 2025? What do we need to tell the folks in 2025 that we probably already haven't said? But hey, we got to repeat ourselves sometimes. Who wants to start? As a matter of fact, we'll start with Arpain.
Because he was gonna go last.
Well, first of all, I had to take umbrage with this, the fact that I've seen a whole lot of long-winded people up here already, you know. So, but anyway, listen, just the AI thing. I told my daughters this. One's an architect. Funny that we talk about architects. She's an architect. The other one is in human resources. And I tell them to understand that we're moving into an AI realm just in professions. Make sure you're on top of all the game, right? Because your AI is going to play a part in everything we do, even dating, right? Just like me, I'm, it's funny. I'm a songwriter now, right? Because I use AI. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I throw a couple of words in there, and I could generate a song. And they offer a certificate of ownership.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's not just I'm throwing that out there. I have to pay extra for it, but it's mine. Like I'm a writer. So it permeates everything. So the fact is, if we're talking about something physical like a robot, bots, sex bots, that thing has been in the making for a long time. And it's not just for men, even though it's more salacious when we talk about men's sexual activities. That's only because we give women a pass. Like, because we act like women are like some angels and shit, that sex is only something that happens to them and not something that they want. Right? So that's how that is. So AI is going to permeate almost everything we have in our life. We just got to be prepared for that. The other thing is, I guess the queen maker and whatever the hell she's talking about, what women want. Oh, all I'm just trying to say is I think women have to come to grips with, one, men ain't women.
Right.
And if you want something from a man, you have to start thinking about what you want to give for the man you want. What position do you need to be in to attract the man you want to you? And I think that's up to women to understand. Because now the men are starting to have these airways and starting to talk to each other. Men are starting to say, you know what? Actually, yo, shit, man. I even know how to spell standards. 10 years ago, men didn't know how to spell it. You can come to me 800 pounds. You can come to me anyway. Now, you know what? I deserve better. The things that women want from men are starting to say, if I'm going to give that, what the hell am I getting out of it? Right. Because the box ain't it. It ain't. It's just not. It's not enough. So that's another thing. And the last thing is help me, right? It doesn't have to be biblical.
Right.
So one of the things I talk to guys who are like all this in religious stuff, everything that's non-secular, biblical, religious, there's a corollary in the secular world. And that's where you have to reach most people, right? So they say to religious people, you could be religious, but if you're only fishing in the pool with the converted, what are you really doing? Right? You got to fish in the pool of people who are not converted to make them understand what you're talking about. And in order to reach them, you have to go into the secular realm because there's corollaries. A woman who's a helpmeet in the Bible is also a woman who actually supports the man in the regular world. It doesn't have to be religious. This is my guy. He does all these things for me. What am I going to do for him to make sure he continues to do that? And it doesn't have to be nefarious. We just need to be able to kind of, make sure that it makes sense. So I'll end it there. So this was a good live. Thanks for, this is a good New Year's thing. Now we know to get women up here, we got to talk about, sex. We got to talk about sex. That's all that kind of stuff. So we know the formula. Get the women up here and talk about sex. Anyway, hey, happy New Year's, everybody.
Thank you, R-Pain. Happy New
Cool,
Year.
brother.
Yeah. I appreciate you. Thank you.
4 minutes and 13 seconds. I think.
Don't worry, I'm gonna time you. I'm gonna time your ass too. I got my clock.
I just wanted to get.
Wife school. Final thoughts. What needs to happen in 2025?
Well, a lot needs to happen in 2025. I think we aired out a lot of our differences mostly in 2024. So we had a whole election. We saw where people were politically. We seen, secrets come out. So we know that idolizing celebrity is not the way to go. Certain people in church and things. So it's just like, wow, where do we go from all the lies and things like that, So my opposition to R-Pain, I think people try to be so much like the world, we kind of lost our identity. You know what I'm saying? So being secular is like you kind of accept so many things and you lose your identity. So I think we need to regain an identity. And I'd rather go to my manufacturer, and that's God. Now, he's the one that's going to hold me way accountable before I even come in contact with you, his son. So I already know what he has in store for me and how to treat his son. And if I'm not doing that, I'm in disobedience. So I'm coming more from a spiritual aspect, that we do need, people need to take a sabbatical, take some time off, get a detox from a little bit of social media and what these, contaminations that's out there. Really see who you are as a person, not trying to be like a Shira 7, not trying to be like a princess. You know what I'm saying? So we're followers. Who are you? And then what do you have to offer somebody? What are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? And being honest about that and not being afraid, as Coach Ferg said, like, get rid of the fear, get out there and meet somebody before they get snatched up by AI, because that's the new market, and they're gonna be marketing that thing hard. So we already had women, we already had to deal with other, guys transforming saying that they're women too. So the more that we're getting further and further away from who we are, our intended identity, it's going to be much harder. So we gotta kind of cut our losses and be realistic, think about time, respect time, and ask God to say, hey, give me faith to overcome the fear of getting out here and finding a spouse, and honoring you so that we can exemplify what true relationship looks like. And it's not between a robot and a person,
that's not a it's not a real relationship. It's artificial. So we don't think artificial, they eventually break down. So let's be real, let's be authentic, and let's get back to who we are and what God says who we are before we lose who we are.
Well said. Well said. Thank you so much for being here, Wife School. Always a pleasure to have you. Sean, I'm not sure if you're there, but if you'd like to give your final thoughts, you kind of gave one coming in, but I'm sure you got another one. So
Yeah, you're right.
What
And
in 2025?
we need to stop talking and start doing. You know, we have been doing a lot of talking in 2024. It started out with Cat Williams on Shay Shay, and it continued throughout the year. And it exposed a lot of things, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Lord. But at this point, it's now time to start implementing these things, to start doing the things that we feel the Lord has revealed to us to get better, to grow in wisdom, grow in spirit is what I recommend for everybody. But if you want to grow in worldly ways, hey, that's your prerogative, and to each his own. But just boils down to stop talking, let's start doing.
All right.
Have a good
Thank
one.
you so much, Sean. Good to see you. I know it's been a while since you've been up.
Likewise. Good to see you all. Or like I said earlier, blessed, prosperous year. Happy New Year to everybody.
Thank you. Coach Bird, final thoughts. What needs to happen in 2025?
You know, again, happy 2025 to everybody. Hope y'all have a prosperous year. You know, keep your family safe. You know, just from the beginning, listen, fellas, don't invest in no damn robot. A robot go be at least 20, 25, 30,000. If you spend that on a robot, you slow as hell. Unless you go use it to help you build a house. Now, I wouldn't say use it to help you build a house and fix your car, because some of y'all can't do shit anyway. So
oh my God,
learn the skills of it. But I don't see it being prevalent in our lives unless it's taking over the jobs that most Black people are doing and don't want to do. Because right now, the mindset of a lot of young adults, they don't want to do a certain type of job. Okay, fine. If you don't learn how to cook in the restaurant, you're going to learn how to cook in your house. You better learn how to soak your beans 2 or 3 times and cook your rice, because that's what it's going to come down to, because they're going to be in those low-level positions. They're not going to pay you straight out of high school or drop out just because you're 30, you want $18 an hour. No. They better have a robot and a couple of little Black folk or Asians or whatever, immigrant that comes through and say, I work for 12 and 13. Because they're going to pool their money together. They ain't going to buy all the cosmetic shit that we spend our money on. They're going to save it for about 10, 15 years. They're going to get them a nice little house when their kids are old enough to understand and appreciate it. But not us. We going to continue this road. Think we going to spend and do all that crazy stuff that we claim was so bad. And it's going to continue to hurt those that are behind us. I wouldn't recommend anybody get a robot. Ladies, don't get it. Like Precious said, shit about function. Then you stuck in the house for 3 days over squirting all over your sheets and can't move. Because he done got you in one of them positions, and it doesn't matter. You can't even get to the, listen. And with the robots, I would say any man, learn the inside of the robot. Learn how to make it move. Learn the mechanics of it. Learn that. Because that'll be the way of the future. As far as, the Queen Maker, listen, salute to her, man. I think she should go into coaching. Queen Maker, go be a coach. The boys need you. Because I see how you understanding both sides of it. And people do anything for money these days. People do anything for money. She had her run as a man basher. Now she woman bashing. And eventually she gonna have to come with the real reality. So I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. As when it comes to people, learn people for yourself. Stop taking people's word for it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it, especially today. All lives have to be uncovered for your own life. Uncover your own lives and be willing to be open-minded about it so it can help you grow and deal with other people outside of your slow-ass families. You got to get away from the mindset that everybody's like your aunties and uncles and your mamas and daddies. Not everybody moves like that.
Thanks.
And as far as the last one, yeah, I think, if a man that's on his purpose, that understands his masculinity, what I'm saying? High value is different, but if you're in your masculinity, a woman will recognize that. You don't have to boast it. She'll recognize it, but you have to be intentional about what you will accept and what not accept. You can't say, no, we going straight home, and then she walk away. When she walks away, her ass better have her best shoes on to walk in.
Walking.
Because she gonna have to keep walking. But
all the way to Boston.
We do have simps among us, but if you got a friend that's a simp, you have to disconnect from him for a while. Let him fall and come back to you, because you can't coach him up. He's always gonna be on the losing side of it. Let him fall there when he come back crawling and say, this is the way we're gonna do it. Either do it my way or this is as far as our life journey goes. I mean, we are here. I think 2025 could be a great benefit for us, because we done talked so much for the last 2 or 3 years. We done talked, we done fought each other. The election done showed us how in reality we together, but we really fronting like we ain't. We voted together, 80%. That's a B average. Ain't that a good grade? If y'all had B's on y'all report card, y'all be like, I'm cool with that.
Good ass grade.
But we failing in everything else. We failing in the stuff that'll make us generational wealthy. That's where we failing. So I think for any individual, man, for guys, man, listen, work out every day, get your testosterone high, save your money. You know what I'm saying? Get the things you need, learn how to do stuff for yourself. And then when you want that woman, you can just choose what you want. And not everybody gonna like you though. Everybody ain't gonna like you, so accept that. Angry Man said something, this is my last one. Angry Man said something that I used to think all the time. I have no specific complexion when it comes to a woman. No, because I know how to handle them. I'm gonna deal with them the way I deal with them. I'm gonna respect them, but they definitely gonna respect me. But when I see dudes get with that light-skinned girl, they think that she is the ultimate everything, and they crash out over her. But they'll give a sister with some brown skin, they'll give her the blues, because they the ones that look like their mamas and cousins. They don't like them, but they want that lightest one, the one that'll really sleep with your friends and have low, saying she gonna give it up when you're on the road to your friends and and be playing Miss Goody Two Shoes, and she gonna show up at the finish line talking about, take care of me because I'm light skinned. You can find somebody that wants to be with you. You just got to be willing to put in the work. So don't move scared. Don't listen to other people's sad stories about how you want to choose a mate. Find out for yourself. Other than that, get the hell out the damn way. Y'all in these young folk way.
You know what? This light skin abuse here, there's colorism going on and everything else. Light skinned guy gets 6 minutes and 21 seconds. And you know what I'm saying? I'm older and shit. I'm winded and all that kind of stuff. He gets laughs. He gets, oh, I love you, light skinned man, and all that shit. This was fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
These discrimination.
I had to start timing everybody. Hey, that's some good stuff though, Coach Ferg.
What's wrong with the chocolate?
You know what I'm saying? That's so funny shit.
Dang, light skinned man got 6 minutes.
So 6 minutes.
By the dark skinned man,
he's Dougie Fresh. 6 minutes.
What do we label that now?
Dark skinned brother's neck.
Timeism. What is that? Is that timeism now?
Exactly. Timeism.
Timeism.
Thank you, Coach Ferg. It's always a pleasure having you here. I really appreciate you. Thank you. All right, champ.
Yeah.
What needs to happen in 2020?
Take us out, champ. Take us out.
I mean, y'all already know it's 2025. We can leave a lot of shit in the past, man. Just is what it is. We got to get on one accord. That's number one. We got to understand that men ain't women, women ain't men. We just think different. We do shit different. And it's okay. Once you get to the point of saying like, oh, that's what y'all, it's okay.
Right.
Like, oh, that's what y'all like. That's cool. Like, then shit'll be better. rather than being over there, you know. But this is what they want. You know what I'm saying? Just accept it. Like, yo, he telling you exactly what it is. She telling you exactly what it is. Let's try to figure it out and go and get to it. Like, that's it. But besides that, man, just like the fear of the unknown. Like, sometimes your best work come from and your best outcome come from the unknown. You gotta be okay with being uncomfortable. Like, it's okay to be uncomfortable. And this is for me sometimes too. Like, I'm so stuck in my comfort zone sometimes, so stuck in my way sometimes, that I be forgetting that the best me at times is when I'm uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And so that's just something for y'all to think about. And stop popping the damn balloon for shit that y'all shouldn't be popping the balloon for. Y'all been doing this shit for too long. Yeah, you've been doing it for too long. You still popping the balloon for shit you shouldn't be popping. How? You on the show, you 35, 3 kids, and you popping the balloon because he got a soft tone. So what? Bitch.
I see his ankles. I saw your ankles. I'm popping the balloon.
I see your ankles. Like, he can't, like, you can't. What woman ain't never told a man, I can help you boost your closet? You don't like to see his ankles? It's okay. Like, stop. It's in 2025. That is the goal. Stop popping the balloon for dumbass shit.
Okay, that's some good shit right there. That's what we need to clear.
Yeah, if you want to live by something, just live by that. Listen, hold the balloon a little bit longer because you might learn something. You might find a reason to stay. You might find the person that you really was supposed to be with. But all of that nonsense, this guy's a lawyer, just graduating law school, God-fearing, all the shit that you asked for. But I will pop my balloon because you soft tone, you don't like, you got, I'm seeing your ankles. Your pants, this outfit is too tight. All shit that you can change. And that's in life. Go for what you want. Stop popping the balloon on jobs just because you don't like it. Like, just because you don't like. Find something before you go to the next spot. You at home, you ain't got a job, you're on unemployment for 6 months because you still looking for something. You had no fallback plan. You popped the balloon too early.
Oh, that's funny as hell, man.
My bad, man. I don't want to preach. That's my shit. That's my goal for 2025. Like, finding reasons not to pop the damn balloon. And that's in all different aspects.
I love it.
I love that. Stop popping the balloon. Stop popping the balloon.
I got an AI song for that one too, man.
And you own the rights, okay?
You better host a class for us so we can learn how to
You about to have me look, Arpan, you about to have me busting tune on the AI, making me feel like I'm picking out this joint.
Yeah, you just put a couple of words in there, make some songs. You got to
because I'll be in here like your new recording artist. Shoot, I'm about to experiment with this for real.
Right.
All right, well, guys,
make money. Come on.
I know, right?
Come on. That's how you use the AI, baby.
Guys, thank you so much. My final thoughts. What needs to happen in 2025? So these videos, y'all already know I'm not doing a robot. Okay. I'm not doing a robot.
You're gonna send your rose in the mail, you know what I'm saying?
Don't send no robot over here because I'm putting it over there. But I do believe, like Arpan was saying, you know, we do have to be knowledgeable about what's going on in the AI world because it is something that is taking over. I mean, you go into an airport, you don't got to pull out your card. You just, you know, put the stuff in a basket, put a little code in, and boom, they done took your money. Like, is the old day. I mean, now you don't even got to put your card in the thing. You just tap it. Like, it's just becoming so easier to function in the world because of AI, right? So those things we do have to be mindful of. But as far as getting the whole AI robot husband is just not happy. Y'all want to go ahead and do it. Be careful. Get that extended warranty, and you'll be all right. But I wanted to speak about the last video because to be a helpmeet is really a heart posture. And to have your heart postured in the correct way, you do have to have your mind right. And nobody is perfect, right? No one is perfect. No one has all the answers. Arpain talked about how we use these things from the Bible and things like that, and things don't have to be religious, right? So they don't have to be religious, but there is an origin for, there's an origin story, and there's always an origin story, and a lot of it does happen in the Bible. And to be a helpmate, you have to, like I said, have a certain heart posture for that. It's almost like being of service, or being a waitress at a restaurant. It always baffles me how there will be servers or waiters at a restaurant and they be like, I hate people. It's like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you here? You don't have the heart for this, right? You don't have the heart for it. And I think that a lot of people get in relationships and they might think they want it, but they don't have the heart for it. Because if you had the heart for it, then you would serve. That's what you're saying you're doing when you go to marry someone and become one with someone. You're pretty much saying I'm going to serve you. Both of you are saying it to each other. It's not a one-way street, or it's not, like the man said, you are helping me take care of you, and vice versa. He is helping her take care of him. Because you have to dwell with each other in knowledge, and then knowledge comes with doing things together for each other to know how to love each other better. And so I think that being a helpmate is really a service. It's a heart posture. And if you ain't even trying to make a plate, don't even call yourself a helpmate. Bars. If you're not trying to make a plate, don't call yourself a helpmate. You're not helping nothing. You helping people eat. You helping the food go away, but you really not helping the home. You're not helping the home. And there are some women who don't want to make a house a home. They're okay with the house. They're okay with the house. They don't want to make it a home. And they make it clear that they don't want to make it a home. So, we have to change our minds daily. And so in 2025, what needs to happen is, a lot of the social media has to be minimalized. A lot of the noise has to be turned down. Maybe you have to go into isolation in 2025 because you've been surrounded by so much negativity in 2024. And so, like I said earlier, there are seasons for everything. And I don't think people take that into consideration when they're living life. You probably outdated a season so long ago, but you still there. You still in that season, and that season has left you dry. Okay. You've been in the winter season for 4 seasons long. No, there's a season for everything. And so when it's a season to let go, let it go. Don't hold on to it. Let it go. So those things, when you change your mind about things, it helps your heart get in the right place to actually recognize where you can be a helpmate too. Because just because you're in relationships with people, every man is not your husband. Every woman is not your wife. It only takes one. It only takes one. Just like the lottery. You could buy 50 tickets. It only takes that one. It only takes that one to make you a winner, So we will be back. We will be back.
Yeah, great thing, Precious. Great. I mean, that whole plate thing is a metaphor. My wife, I have to tell her not to bring me food.
Yeah.
Even when we go out, I said, listen, she said, you want me to bring you something back? I said, I'm gonna go up there with you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I gotta hey, don't worry about it. I'm with you. I'm gonna get my own food. No matter where we are in the house, she's always just throwing the food. I said, you know what? You just think the way to my heart is through my stomach. That's why I'm so big. It's your fault. But anyway, but no, for sure, it's a metaphor. It's because it's a service metaphor for everything else that she does.
Yes.
So that's a good point.
It makes something as simple as a plate. They're not going to help you with, you may have, missed the hammer with your jeans. They're not going to pick the jeans up. You may have left the top off the toothpaste. They're not going to put the top on it, because in their mind, they're not helping you help them. They're helping you hinder them when you have to do something for them. That's the mindset that they have. And that's not the mindset that you should go with. If that's the mindset that you have going in, you're not going to have the heart posture to serve. You're going to have the heart posture to take. And you need to know when you're being taken from so much that you have nothing to give.
Yeah. It's so funny because in return, I cook Sunday dinner a lot.
See?
A lot. I put videos out about it all the time.
And you don't have to. But the fact that she does what she does help you do what you do. Yeah. And that's all it is. It's a yin and yang. Like I was telling the person I was talking to, it's like, this man don't have to cook for you. You know how many people who are in relationships, men say they are not touching a stove. They're not cooking anything. Yet you don't want to make a plate. I think that's very small. I think it's very easy to get in the kitchen and make a plate. But it's something that you're choosing not to do, which means you're choosing not to change your mind about it, which means your heart posture is going to stay in the winter season. You're never going to have a spring. You're never going to have a summer where things are blossoming in your life. Everything's going to always be dead, falling away, leaves falling away. So you got to go through them seasons if you truly want to be, something, if you truly want to have something in return. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I believe this was a great first live for 2025. And
next. Yes, that's pretty good.
We will be back. I appreciate y'all. And y'all know what I say, keep it real with yourself so you can keep it real with everybody else. Happy Thursday.
All right. Happy New Year.
Love is love.